My guest today was an NYPD sergeant who went undercover against his own officers to expose corruption, and when it was all over, the same system he protected sent him to Rikers Island. His name is Stephen Lee, and this is his story.
I was born and raised in Brooklyn. I joined the Decepticons when I was a fucking kid and stuff like that, and then I decided like the gang life wasn't for me. So then, I became a cop. And when I became a cop, I worked in East Flatbush because I used to live in Flatbush. So I was like, I wanted to work in a familiar area or neighborhood and stuff like that. So I worked in East Flatbush for 8 years, and then I got promoted to sergeant, and then that's when I got transferred to Flushing. And Flushing is like a Chinatown of Queens. So you have like three kind of like Chinatowns. You have the official Chinatown in Manhattan, and then you have Flushing, Queens, and then you have Sunset Park, which is like 8th Avenue in Brooklyn. And it's very like I guess like territorial, like with gangs, because like Brooklyn don't get along with Queens, Manhattan is its own thing, like, and with cops that are corrupt in the precincts, they're also very territorial. That is kind of like why you in my precinct, why you in my neighborhood, stay in Brooklyn, whatever and stuff like that. It's really like I feel like it's really like Hollywood, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it mirrors Hollywood, like corruption and stuff. It mirrors it a lot. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory is just like a movie, whatever. But it's actual real life is like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of stuff that you saw in the movie is like, oh shit, like that shit really happens. So it's crazy.
Why do you think you avoided gangs as a kid?
Huh?
Why did you avoid gangs as a kid?
Why did I avoid gangs as a kid?
Yeah.
I didn't avoid them. I was actually in Decepticons, and it was just a black gang, right? And it was just most of us, like, at that time, I think I was like, maybe like 15, 16, something like that. And it was most of the neighborhood kids. Like, it was all my friends, right? And it was, we were like, oh, let's join Decepticons, whatever, just to have fun or whatever. I guess it was like cool to do. But then, you know, they want you to put in work, right? So you have to go out, you got to go boosting clothes and stuff like that. I was not good at boosting clothes. I was not good at stealing. So, also like, beating up people for no reason. Like I didn't feel comfortable doing that, right? But, I guess I liked fighting, like if it's against another chapter, because it was like two different chapters, right? We were Nightbreed, and then you had Constructicons, right? Which was like maybe like 10 blocks over. And we would go there, even though we knew each other, we would cool with each other, but we would still fight, I guess, like kind of like competition wise and for fun, right? Like we'll do a cipher, and then like, we'll do one-on-one fights, shoot the fair one, whatever, and we'll just fight and see who's better and stuff like that. I like that part of it, right? And I like hanging out with my friends and stuff. But then like after like they really pressure people to like start putting in work, I was like, yeah, I'm not down with that. Like I'll still be your friends and stuff, but y'all gonna have to jump me out because I'm not down with that. Because they jump you in, they jump you out. So, I was like, yeah, I'm not down with that. And then for most of my life I was hanging out with black and Spanish kids because in the neighborhood that's or it was really. And what ended up happening was I had some Asian friends that I grew up with. And later on, my cousin, he was a promoter, and he was like, comes to some Asian parties, right? And I'm like, what am I listening to fucking Chinese music in these fucking clubs, right? And he's like, no, 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 man, they're just like black clubs, whatever, it's hip hop and stuff. I was like, get the fuck out of here, like Chinese hip hop? And he's like, no, stupid, like real hip hop, And I was like, all right, I'll go with y'all. So I went with a whole bunch of my black friends, right? And we're standing like in the middle, like in the corner of the club, and we're drinking because he's a promoter, so he get us free drinks with us. So we were drinking. Um, you know, this hot Asian chick walked up to me and like picked me out of the crowd, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I felt like the man. I was like, my shit was like, oh, I'm the shit, And then I was like, after a while, like, oh, this is not that bad. So I started hanging out with my Asian friends again. And the crazy part is my Asian friends, I never knew this, but one of my Vietnamese friends, his older brother was BTK, which is Born to Kill. And then he ended up starting his own little clique called MPR, Money, Power, Respect, right? And they were like watching gambling houses and prostitution houses in Chinatown. And then through them, I met some Flying Dragon people, some Ghost Shadow people, and stuff like that. Like China Mac, he was Ghost Shadow. So I met him like back in the day when he was still Ghost Shadow, when he was going by GK. And I used to rap too. So I kind of like, you know, that's how he kind of like caught my attention. Where I was like, oh, he raps, I rap. We're both Chinese. It's like, okay, he's Americanized and stuff. Because the reason why I didn't want to hang out with Asians in the beginning was because I felt like they were too. The word is fobby, right? Which is fresh off the boat. Like they're nerdy or whatever, and they look like victims. They get picked on and stuff like that. But then it was a lot of ignorance back then, right? But as I matured, I realized, yo, they're just like me and they like hip hop just like me, they're cool just like me and stuff like that. And I started hanging out with them more. And then they end up getting locked up or doing over a year for racketeering and stuff like that. The feds were investigating them and they all got locked up. So thank God, like I wasn't hanging out with them from the beginning. Otherwise, I would have got locked up. But they all did over a year and then they came back out. I still talk to them. They're cool. But the point is that those people introduced me to the Asian gang life, right? Where I learned kind of like a little of the Asian history too in New York City, the associations, the gangs that came out of associations. So maybe I should explain it, right? So in Chinatown, you have different associations. You have the Chinese Freemasons, you have like Hop Sing and stuff like that, the Tongs, whatever. And through those, they had little kids that were like doing the line dancing and stuff, or they were like kind of, we call them the Lang Dais, right? Whereas like the little soldiers and stuff. And that's where the gangs come out, the Chinese associations. So you're thinking like, oh, Chinese association is like a nonprofit, whatever, blah blah. It's like, nah, that's like they created the gangs to protect the area because at that time it was a lot of racism too, and it was like kind of Chinatown had to protect its own, right? And that's why the gangs came out. But then after a while, it just started like I guess they're getting greedy and stuff. So during like Richie Ng's era, right? It became more extortion instead of protection, right? Because it came out as first protection money, but then it ended up being extortion. Like you have to pay up now. Um, Now gang life, a lot of them are retired. The people I know, a lot of the OGs I know are retired, and it's mostly from like Flying Dragons, Ghost Shadows, Green Dragons. I don't know if you saw that movie, Green Dragons.
No, I've heard of it though.
Yeah, so my boys was like the story was based on him, one of my friends, and they're all retired. Like they all chilling now. Some have bars, some just doing odd things and stuff like that. But it kind of gave me the street smarts when I became a cop on how to investigate or be able to, I don't know, like it's like a cat and mouse game, right? So it's like it gives me like the insight of how to investigate and police better. You know what I'm saying? Because you understand the culture and you understand your civilians, and then there's like gangs, and then you have the cops.
Who do you think influenced you in your life to not continue down that path with gangs? Like who instilled in that, I guess, mentality or character you had in you to not wanna do that further? Because you could have very easily went down that route or
Yeah, yeah.
continue to go down that route.
I mean, I did. I guess I did go down that route a little bit, right? But I think I went down that route mostly because I was craving for like a brotherhood, right? Um, I don't know, like I don't know what it is. I never, I never like doing bad karma stuff. I don't want to label it as evil because to me, there's no such thing as good and evil. It's only what's agreeable to you and what's agreeable to me. If we disagree, then I'm going to see you as evil or my enemy. But if I disagree with you, you're going to see the same thing. But if we agree on the same thing, then we can both see it as good, right? So, for me, it was always like, I like brotherhood, loyalty, honor and stuff like that. Like, I guess it was like growing up watching all these like Chinese old school movies where there's always like some kind of like brotherhood or Chinese like, loyalty movie and stuff like that. Gang movies, same thing. Mafia movies, same thing, right? I grew up, watching Goodfellas, Godfather and stuff like that, Bronx Tale, um, Blood In, Blood Out, um, all these movies and stuff. And I don't know what it is, man. It's just like what inspired me to be a like I guess I always wanted to be I always enjoyed helping people, right? Um I was I don't know if you know the saying, but like I'm a giver, right? There's givers and takers, right? I'm a giver. So it's like when we were growing up, my friend Divine, right? He was locked up for a bit too. Like we were in, we grew up in the neighborhood together. He was in Decepticons, his name was Nightcrawler or whatever. And he ended up getting locked up for like most of his childhood, right? He came back out, we're still cool. He's turned his life around. Um, but when we were growing up, they lived a little, I guess, poorer than I did, right? So I was fortunate enough to have both my parents there. My dad was an MTA worker and stuff like that. I mean, I'm first generation here, right? So they came straight from Taiwan, in 1974, right? And he had to learn English to take the test with the MTA and stuff like that and work for the city. And that's when, things got good for us, where we were able to like rent a house, right? Whereas he was renting an apartment. And, you know, his TV, like I remember like we'll be just playing Nintendo and stuff, right? And the back in the day you had to get up. There's no remote controls, right? So back in the day you had to get up and turn the channel on the TVs, right? But the knob would be missing. So he'd be using like a butter knife to like change the knobs on the channels and stuff. And then like I would think like, oh, I think I have extra knob at home. Like I would go home and like grab a knob, and then my mom was like, why the fuck you taking the knob off your TV and and giving it to somebody else? Like we need it, like, and I'm like, yeah, but they're struggling, like, and stuff like that. It was little things like that, right? And what ended up happening was why I became a cop. Because I didn't like law enforcement. Because back in the days in the 7-0, that's where Adam Lima, no, is it Adam Lima, the guy who got plundered?
Yeah, I heard that story.
Right. So I was living in the neighborhood at that time when that happened, right? And there used to be a cop that used to walk around. We would call him RoboCop, right? And every time we saw him, we would just go like, cause we used to hang out in front of the corner store, right? We would just go straight inside the store. Every time we saw him coming down the block, we'd go straight inside the store, start hiding, or we'll walk away, whatever. Like, nah, that's RoboCop. Don't fuck with him. He's gonna fuck you up and stuff like that for no reason. So I grew up not liking cops, but my mom, is very superstitious, and she went to a fortune teller, and I guess she was worried for me because at the time, I didn't have a career or anything like that. I believe I was doing insurance, like Medicaid and Medicare. And the only reason why I was doing that was because I had my daughter at the time, in 2003, right? And I had to get a job to provide and stuff like that. And they had a quota system, where it's like you have to bring a certain amount of applications in, whatever. And if you didn't meet the monthly quota, like people were getting clipped. And I was a regional manager. I went from Affinity Health Plan to WellCare Health Plan. Oh shit, should I? Am I allowed to say brands?
Yeah, you could say, I
All
don't
right, I
care.
want to
Yeah.
advertise them or anything.
No, you're good.
But I became like a regional director of the Asian market, and one of my guys wasn't producing, right? And his son was sick. This guy would drive to Canada all the time, every weekend, just to get medication for his son, get treatment for his son. Because in Canada, I guess it's cheaper out there, or whatever, or free or something. And that's what was holding back his production, right? So they wanted me to fire him, and I was like, "Yo, man, I feel bad for this guy. Like, he's driving all the way up there just for his son. His son is sick, So I pulled him to the side. I was like, "Yo, can I talk to him and give him a month, whatever?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure." So I talked to him. I gave him a month. I was like, "Look, I'm gonna give you some more freedom. Let me know how I can help you, whatever. But you got to bring your numbers up." And then he ended up becoming one of the top producers, right? But then it hit me. I was like, "Damn it, that could be me next," right? So I was like, you know what? I need a more stable job that doesn't have a quota system. Stupid me, being naive. I'm thinking police department. Oh, there's no quota. It's government, right? Like, it's everything by the books. It's law, right? Because I guess I was very, very naive before this happened. I was very naive. Like, I was a true believer, right? Because growing up, also, like, I followed the teachings of Dr. York, Malachi York. I don't know if you know him. He's from Bushwick. And it's kind of like a mixture of 5%, like Nation Gods and Earth, like, like Wu Tang, how they follow and stuff like that, and Nation of Islam and stuff. And um, I guess you could call it, like, we call it underground knowledge, right? And he said one thing to me where it stuck with me. It was, all man has is his word and his balls, right? And that stuck with me. So every time, like, there's an oath, or like, you ask me, like, "Yo, can you do this?" Like, or whatever, and we're talking like man to man, or like, I give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm thinking, yo, you're on the level, and you're gonna keep your word, right? I guess that's what made me fucking naive about things. So, in law enforcement, I'm thinking, okay, there's an oath. Everybody's like, trying to be the good guy. They brainwash you in the academy, like watch Serpico and stuff like that, the movie. And, this is what happened to you if you're a bad cop. So you got to be a good cop, blah, blah, and all those stuff. And what pushed me to become a cop was my mom being superstitious. She went to a fortune teller, and the fortune teller told her that my fate or destiny is to be a government official. And if I became a government official, I would rise in the ranks. So she's like, there's no way you're going to be a fucking president or something like that. So, the closest thing for you is being a police officer. My dad was a city worker. So she was like, why don't you be a city worker? You like hanging out in the street and helping people anyway. You may as well get paid for it. So I was like, that makes sense. Right. So, um, before I had my daughter, I had taken my test in 1999. Just when I became 21, I scored really high, but then I was still hanging out. So I was like, you know, they don't call me, then whatever. I'm not gonna push it. I took it to make my mom happy, whatever. And then 9/11 happened. Um, I had my daughter, and then that incident happened with the insurance company, whatever. And I was like, you know what? I do want to help because of 9/11 and all that stuff. I do like helping people. all right, let me take tests. I have to do it. I need a stable job. I need benefits for my daughter. I need, a retirement plan and stuff like that. So, I called up my investigator that I had, ended up being promoted and no longer in the unit. And they told me, oh, call back. It was a big runaround. I got a new investigator. They say they lost my paperwork. He was like, yo, you're better off taking the test over again. So I took the test over again and got into the academy. And I remember the night that they called me. I was sitting in my basement in front of my computer. I think I was playing Warcraft or something, right?
I remember that game. Wow.
Yeah, I was playing Warcraft or something. And I think I was actually playing Dota, right? It was a custom map, Warcraft. And I had used to work for a law firm also, like as a paralegal clerk or whatever. And they had a cop working for them. And somebody had called me. They're like, okay, this is so and so from NYPD, blah blah. You're to report to Brooklyn College tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Blah 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 blah. Wear business attire, blah blah, and stuff like that. I was like, man, who is this? Are you fucking joking? Like, who the fuck is gonna call me night of before and tell me I got to come in 7 o'clock in the morning? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like NYPD? Because I'm thinking business hours, right? This is like 8 o'clock at night, and I'm like, man, they're not even fucking open. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? So I hung up. Then I called my boy that used to work at the law office, the detective, right? He was in, I think, Queens Homicide at the time, right? I call him up. I'm like, yo, are you fucking with me, man? Did you just have one of your friends call me? He's like, what are you talking about, Steve? I was like, yo, man, they just told me fucking just now at fucking 8 o'clock at night that I got to be at the freaking Brooklyn College tomorrow at 7 a.m., whatever, in business attire and to fucking quit my job, right? And I'm like, are you fucking with me? He's like, no, Steve, that wasn't me. Go. That was definitely them. It's serious. Go. And I was like, okay. So I was like, man, this guy is fucking with me. I was still thinking they would fuck with me. So I got dressed up anyway. I went to Brooklyn College, and sure enough, everybody's lined up. So I get lined up, get sworn in, and they tell you when you're like during the application process, they tell you don't tell your job that you're applying for NYPD because it's not 100% yet, whatever. Don't give them the 2 weeks notice and stuff like that. Don't tell them anything. Um, you know, just keep it on the low, right? Once you get sworn in now, they go, okay, go call your job, tell them you quit. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up, bro. You know what I mean? Like, how am I gonna I'm cool with them. How like I was in a manager kind of position. So it's like I'm calling them up. I'm like, yo, I fucking quit. So I was like, yo, fuck it. All right. I call them up and I'm like, hey, listen, you know, I'm really sorry. I wasn't able to tell you, but I had applied for NYPD. I just got sworn in and I can't come in anymore. They're like, yeah, don't worry about it. We understand. Good luck. Because they're not going to go tell you, go fuck yourself. You're a cop. You know what I'm saying? So got sworn in, went to the academy. After that, while I was in the academy, I joined the boxing team, the NYPD boxing team, and the Asian J Society. The Asian J Society are like Asian cops. They have like a club. So there's like different clubs, right? There's like the Square Club was for like people that are Masons, Freemasons, and law enforcement. You have the Irish Club, whatever you have. So the Asians had the Asian J Society. I joined that because obviously I was Asian, so I was like, it's other Asian cops. Let me get cool with them. And then the boxing club was actually the one that helped get me in East Flatbush, right? And I went there because I wanted to go to a neighborhood I was familiar with and help the community I grew up in, right? So went to East Flatbush, 6-7 precinct, got transferred to Snyder. I wanted to actually go to the 7-5, East New York, because I was like, at that time, again, I was naive. I wanted to be like gun ho, like be a superhero and shit like that, and fight crime and get into shootings and take people bad guys down like in a movie and stuff like that. And the guy that was in charge of the boxing team, Dave Steve, he was like, "Nah, man, you don't want to go to the 7-5." He's like, "It's busy all the fucking time. You're gonna get burnt out. You want to go someplace that's a little bit more moderate, where it's busy in the summer, but then it cools down, like it calms down a little bit, and you still get to learn fast." So he was like, "Yo, I came out as 6'7" too, so go to 6'7", right?" So that's why he put me in 6'7" East Flatbush. And it was great, man. I loved it. There was 14 of us, I think. It was called Field Training Unit, FTU, at the time. And it was 14 of us. And I remember the first day going out. The belt was heavy as fuck. My waist was hurting. My low back was hurting. My vest, hot as it was in the summer. We ended up going out, right? My vest was fucking sweating. Like, we had to walk to post. So this place, the precinct is on Snyder and between Bedford and Rogers, right? We had to walk all the way out to Utica and Church Ave, right? Which is a hike in the summer with all this equipment on. And at that time, I was like, why the fuck did they make the uniform dark blue? The sun is fucking so fucking hot. Because when you wear black, it's absorbing extra heat, right? So I was like, it's so fucking hot. Then they want me to wear this fucking stupid hat that's fucking like doesn't breathe, and I'm fucking sweating under the fucking hat. They got me wearing this stupid fucking gas mask for what? Who the fuck is gonna bomb fucking East Flatbush? And I gotta wear this stupid gas mask on the side of my leg that's adding extra weight. My gun belt is like globbing off my pants because I had baggy, pants. Because back then it was wearing fitted stuff wasn't cool, right? We were still wearing baggy stuff, so I had kind of like baggy cargos, right? And then the tactical cargo pants and stuff. And I wasn't used to the uniform. I wasn't used to the weight. So halfway walking there, I'm like dying already. I'm like, oh my God, bro, how the fuck am I make it through the day, right? So I'm walking there, and then they had put me with a senior guy who had 6 months more time than I did, right? So they were in the previous training team, and he's acting like he has like 10 years on the job or something. And we're walking the post, and he goes, "Okay, write this car a summons." And I'm like, yo, I never wrote a ticket in my life. Like, what? Okay, how do I start? He's like, take out your fucking summons book, right? And write them for, expired registration. I'm like, damn, that's fucking fucked up. Like, why the fuck am I writing somebody for expired registration? So I take out my book. I'm like, yo, man, what the fuck? What am I doing? Right? Like, how do I start this? I'm looking at the form like, yo, what do I do? It took me like fucking maybe like 15 minutes to write that summons, like, which should take only 2 minutes, right? And then like next week or whatever, the following week or something like that. It was very early on after orientation and all that stuff. They were like, the sergeant was like, yo, I want you to talk to the senior guy, and your PBA, your union delegate is going to talk to you, and then they leave the room because they didn't want to be the ones telling you, right? And that's when the union guy is like, okay, everybody is expected to bring in 20 summonses a month and 1 arrest, right? And they all can't be parkers. Some of them gotta be movers. You gotta mix it up. A's, B's, and C's. So A summonses are parkers, B summonses are movers, and C summonses are criminal court summonses, which is like bike on sidewalk, drinking in public, and gambling and stuff like that. So you gotta bring in a mixture of those. We would prefer that you bring in more C's than anything else, right? Because then it counts as like fighting crime, like real crime or whatever. Just stupid. So I'm like, yo, I left my last job because of the fucking quota, and now you tell me there's a fucking quota here? Like, yo, in the news you guys say there's no fucking quota. Like, what the fuck is going on? I thought that was illegal. Like, what the fuck is, So I struggle with that throughout my whole career, right?
This message is sponsored by Raycon. If you're someone who likes getting outside but still wants moments to really lock in, I've been using Raycon's Everyday Earbuds Classic, and they've become my go-to for daily listening. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds Classic are packed with upgrades. They've got active noise cancellation and a super comfortable ergonomic design that actually stays put no matter what you're doing. And I've actually got the black Everyday Earbuds Classic right here with me. I'm not going to lie, I can't wait to show these to some of my guests on the show. They're clean, simple, and gotta be honest, they just look good. But it's not just a look, the sound quality is legit. You're getting that premium audio you'd expect from the big brands, but at about half the price. Plus, they've got over 3 million happy customers and a 30-day happiness guarantee, so there's really no reason to overpay. The Everyday Earbuds Classic are the perfect addition to your everyday routine. Go to buyraycon.com/Ian Bick to get 15% off. Thanks, Raycon, for sponsoring.
Was that your first moment when you realized the good guys aren't always the good guys? Or would that come later on?
Um, it would come a little later on, right? Because like it's a rough neighborhood, right? So I guess you could characterize my character as chaotic good. Does that make sense? I don't know if you ever play like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm more of like a chaotic good where it's I understand that sometimes you have to be a little aggressive to achieve good for the betterment of the whole, right? Of the society. So like street justice, I'm not against it, right? It's like, yo, the law can take care of it, and some, Joe citizen in the neighborhood or the community, you know, exact street justice on a person. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like vigilantes and stuff like that. Like, because you grow up on Marvel comics and stuff like that. So like the Punisher and stuff, or like, Spider-Man, or like, Daredevil and stuff like that. Like it's all street justice, right? So it's like that's the kind of like understanding I have, right? So when they said the summonses and stuff, the way they explained it, the way they brainwash you for it is, it's kind of like we don't want these do nothing cops that do nothing and don't enforce or anything. They're just sitting in a donut shop getting fat, right? But instead, we want people that are active, that are like actively fighting crime and stuff. And since we were in a busy precinct, I was like, yo, that's easy to get. Like people are committing crimes left and right out there. Like, it's like, so it's like if I want to get an arrest, I could just like turn the corner and people are robbing each other or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, that's easy. It's not asking for too much. I was too naive though, right? Like I didn't think the bigger picture of it, where also I didn't know, because I thought it was like that everywhere throughout the department. But later on, you find out policing is different in every precinct. Policing is different on every demographics, and neighborhood is different, right? So like example wise, during COVID, if you were in East Flatbush or in the Bronx and you didn't have a mask, you'll get enforced on, right? Like you got to wear a mask. We're going to give you a summons. Oh, you don't want to give me your ID? I'm going to arrest you now. But if you're in Williamsburg or you're in Bensonhurst or like, some other place or the village or something like that, and you didn't have a mask on, does the cop be like, oh, you don't have a mask? I have a mask. Would you like it? Oh, you don't want it? Okay, go fuck myself? Okay, no problem. Have a good day. That's a different kind of enforcing. But you don't find that out because you don't have experience. You never went to other precincts to work, so you don't know. So at that time I do it, it was like that everywhere, right? And then on top of that, it's at that time I didn't think it was a gang mentality. At that time I thought it was like more like a paramilitary like team thing, like Full Metal Jacket type of thing. Like if you fuck up, your squad is gonna come and fuck you up for fucking up because they're getting punished for what you're doing. Like if you didn't bring in your summons and stuff like that, the squad will get punished. And then they'll end up flipping your locker downstairs and they'll fucking start harassing you, whatever. And you get sat on a foot post by yourself, whatever. Nobody wants to talk to you and shit. That kind of stuff goes on. But when I found one of the things that kind of like triggered me is like, oh shit, this department is kind of like the NYPD is kind of fucked up, right? There's some bad actors in here. Was I don't know, it was like a dispute or fight or something like that, right? I believe it was like during Juve. And it was on Nostrand and Forced Ave, right? By the Vanderveer projects. And we were arresting somebody. The guy was running. So we ended up tackling the guy. We already had him down to the ground. But then this other cop just comes running and football kicks his fucking head. Like we already had him restrained, and football kicks his head. I'm like, yo, what the fuck you doing? Like, we already got the guy. Calm down. And he was about to like start wailing on him, and somebody was like, nah, chill, and they held him back. Like, what the fuck you doing? Take a walk. Get the fuck out of here. And at that point, I was like, damn. That gave me a flashback of when I was in DCEPs. So like, you know what I mean? Like what the fuck is the difference? I was trying to see what was the difference, and then I realized there is no difference. The mentality is the same gang mentality. You don't bring in work, you get fucked up, you get harassed, and the way they treat people, the way they talk people, the way they fuck people up is just like being in a rumble or whatever that we used to have or fight that we used to have. And I'm like, the only difference is that we wear uniforms and we're legalized. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, I realized not all cops are good. And at that point, I realized I have to stay away from the bad cops. So choosing a partner and stuff like that, because after you finish your training stuff, after a couple of years, you get put in the car and put in the sector. You get assigned like a platoon, which is day tour, afternoon tour, midnights. And we call them day tour, 4 to 12s, and midnights, right? And you have to choose a partner. So at first, I'm paired with a senior guy, but then this guy is talking about like cheating on his wife and shit like that. And I'm like, remember me at the time, I like loyalty and honor and stuff like that, right? And I was always a one woman type of guy where it's like, if I'm in a relationship with you, I'm giving you my word, right? That I'm committed to you. So there's loyalty there, right? So it's like, if you're cheating on me, then the relationship is over, right? I'm not going to cheat on you, right? So when the guy is talking about cheating on his wife, it went in my head. I'm like, yo, because I'm always a big, strong believer of love too, right? Like writing poems in high school and stuff to a girl and shit like that. Like I was, you know what I mean? Like a hopeless romantic, right? So I'm like, yo, if you love your wife, like the reason why you got married to your wife is because you love her, right? Like me being naive, right? Like you marry someone because you love them. And then you're willing to cheat and betray the person that you love. I'm just some fucking chump that you work with. What's going to happen if like shit hits the fan, right? And there's a shooting or we're getting fucked up. Are you just going to leave me hanging and run? Because you're able to cheat on the person that you love. And I'm just some dude that you work with. You know what I'm saying? So that became one of my things where it's like the person I partner up with can't be a cheater. Right? And believe it or not, there weren't that many cops that didn't cheat on their wife. And that was the sad part too, right? So, there was this guy, my boy Eddie Ing. I'm still friends with him now. And he was we actually knew the same people when we were growing up, like the Chinese gang guys that we knew, right? Like we knew the same people, and he was very laid back. I was high energy. He was like more low energy. Um, and he was very like much same principles where loyalty, honor, and stuff like that, right? And I think it might be like a Chinese religious thing or cultural thing, because um Chinese cops, they pray to a deity or saint, whatever you want to call it, a god called Guan Yun. He's the red faced guy with the beard and the spear
Yeah.
that you see in restaurants and stuff. So if he has a spear in his right hand, that's the one that that cops pray to. If he has a spear in his left hand, that's the version that the gangs pray to. And both cops and gangs pray to him because of brotherhood and loyalty and honor, right? In the Chinese gangs before, there was that, right? And we had the same principle, so we ended up partnering up. And he kept me in check a lot. Like I think he actually probably saved my life, and in a lot of situations where it's like, yo, Steve, chill, take a step back, breathe, assess the situation first, you know, or yo, fuck the quota, let's not fucking, fuck them with that shit and stuff like that. Like we had each other's backs and stuff, and he used to love getting punished for not bringing in activity. He used to get put like at the entrance of the fucking cemetery, and he's just standing there all 8 hours. But back then they had the PSP, the portable PlayStation.
Yeah, those are sick.
Yeah, so he used to have that, and he used to be like, I would pass by in the patrol car because, like, at first they were like punishing me also, like they put me on a housewife prisoner or something like that, and I'm like, yo, it's so fucking boring. I'm getting punished because of you. You're not bringing the fucking activity, bringing your shit. He was like, yo, Steve, man, relax, bro, just go with the flow, man. This is not so bad. Think about it. You're not running around on the radio. You know what I'm saying? You're not fucking wrestling with people. You're not sweating and stuff like that. Yo, just get a fucking PSP and be like me, bro. I'm fucking standing here by the fucking cemetery playing fucking PlayStation on my fucking handheld all day. And I'm like, oh shit, a PSP. I was like, okay. And back then they had like these memory cards that you could hack and you could watch movies on it too
Yeah.
and stuff. So I was like, oh, I could download movies and watch fucking movies on my PSP. I was like, all right, cool. So once I did that, I was kind of like, okay, getting punished is not that bad, Like he made it work for him.
That's like the cops that get assigned to those little traffic towers. Where is that? Like near
The traffic tower is actually a good gig.
Really?
Yeah, because the
They're
traffic
so
tower
small.
it's small, but you're in the air.
No, the ones on the ground, like in front of like the financial district and
Oh
stuff.
yeah. Those security posts, those are like special details.
Oh, okay.
But there's shooting posts where they put you in I forgot what it's called, but the thing raises up in the air. Those are good because it's tinted out. There's no cameras in there. There's a charging port or whatever and stuff like that because it runs on a generator, right?
Mhm.
So you could charge your phone and stuff. You could sit up there. You could be watching on your phone and all that stuff. This is what all the cops do. Don't think that they're up there fucking, you know what I mean? Like, oh, like Batman, like, yo, I'm fucking watching out for crime and shit. Yo, whoever's in there, they're fucking sleeping or they're watching fucking Netflix on their phone or something, or YouTube, or watching you on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
they're up there doing that, or they're just fucking most of the time they're passed out. Because when like the boss comes or inspection comes, they can't just roll up on you and catch you. They'll have to press the button to lower it down. So when the thing is moving, oh shit. You could pretend like you were doing your job the whole time, like, yo, what's going on? It's like, oh, I'm just here to sign your book to check on you and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was like a great post. Some of them are up there like studying for like the sergeant exam and stuff like that. But nobody's up there like crime going on. Let me see, like, oh, who's getting robbed, whatever. It doesn't work, bro. We used to have like we had a THV once. Like it's a RV, right? The thing that says NYPD on it. It's like a big RV, whatever and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
It's called command center or whatever. We call it THV, tactical whatever, right? Vehicle. And it was on I believe Rogers and like Cortelli Road or something like that, right? Or Beverly. And it was parked there on the corner because there was a shooting there previously. Over there was the Outlaws, right? And then you have the Bloods and the Crips in Vanderbilt Projects. You have two different gangs, fighting each other all the time. And then you have the third one, the Outlaws, which is like a blend of both of them. That's why they call it the Outlaws, because they don't follow either set, right? They flag red, they flag blue and stuff like that. And then they flag camouflage also. So there was a big gang war. That THV was there. There was a cop inside. And they know you can't leave that THV, right? Because you're instructed you can't leave it, because if you leave it, then somebody could go in and ransack it, whatever, because nobody else is securing it, right? Right on the same corner, they shot somebody with that THV there. So it's like, what the fuck am I here for? Like, I can't go after him. I can't chase him. Or I just put it over the fucking radio. It's stupid. It doesn't work. It doesn't deter crime, right? Like, they think, oh, you put a fucking shooting post with that tower that goes up, like it's gonna deter crime and stuff like that. They don't care, man. They get so bold. It doesn't deter it because they know you can't leave it. What are you gonna? By the time you come down and you fucking get down to the ground, this guy is like fucking in Florida already. You know what I'm saying? That shit is so slow. It comes down, and you can't leave the THV, so you put it over the radio. By the time another cop comes, you know what I mean? They gone. So it's dumb. They got smart to the point where they realize, oh, you ain't doing shit, right? It's just like putting an empty cop car on the side of the highway to try to stop people from speeding. Same thing.
Wait, they do that?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
just leave it empty?
yeah. Sometimes you don't realize that. Like sometimes you pass by like a cop car that's sitting on the side of the highway, like it's parked like perpendicular, like purposely for you to see it, where it's like out in the open. Most of the time it's empty. Like you pass by it and you're like, oh shit, there's nobody in there. It's to deter people from speeding, right? So, damn, am I giving away secrets? I'm gonna get fucked up for this too, right? So,
I mean, I know they put up like the digital speeding posts now, but I mean, those don't really do anything.
no,
I've always seen a
but
cop though in a car.
no. You probably think you saw a cop in a car, but a lot of the NYPD ones actually, I would say probably like it's half and half, right? Especially when it's out in the open. If they really were like catching people, they would be like kind of hidden around the corner, so like you won't see them till you like come down the hill or like you come around the bend, and then they could hit you real quick. But if it's like a straight way and it's just a cop car sitting like by the exit, it's mostly empty. Um, because they don't have enough manpower to man all these spots. But where was I? Yeah, so my career in the 6-7 precinct was educational, was fun. A lot of great cops. The bad cops I didn't really pay attention to. And then there was a lot of bad bosses, right? Because you're in a busy precinct and you learn how to handle situations like robberies and shootings and stuff like that. And then you have a person who just got newly promoted to sergeant, and he was like administrative or his career, or from a slow precinct, because there's not that many busy precincts anymore, right? So he comes from like a slow precinct, and he doesn't know how to handle this stuff. Like he hasn't like it's kind of like he didn't put in the work. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not like he hasn't seen battle or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And he comes from a slow precinct, and he's telling you what to do, and it's like, yeah, man, you can't do it like that. You can get hurt. You know, like because they're thinking, oh, by the book. But what you get taught in the academy and what you do in the street, it's very different, right? The academy, they teach you that way because they want to cover their own ass and they want to protect themselves from lawsuits. This way, if you do it the street way, the real way, if something happens, God forbid, they cover themselves and be like, oh, that's not the way we train them. and then they get thrown under the bus and they get hung out to dry and sued and shit like that. And then they're like, oh, but we train them to do this. But if we follow the book, things would never get done. It's just like it gets caught up in red tape. Everything gets caught up in red tape. It's the whole process, and it's like, you know, in a busy precinct, you're running from job to job, 911 call, 911 call, 911 call. It's nonstop. It's like the radio doesn't stop. It's just like I'm holding five 911 calls, somebody else is holding 5 911 calls, another person holding 5 911 calls, and then there's like another like 20 in backlog that we have to get to. You know what I'm saying? It's busy. Whereas a slow precinct that I found out, it's not like that. It's like crickets on the radio. You know, people fucking having like sit downs and diners. You know, people playing pool in the freaking precinct. You know, like they're fucking watching movies on the phone and stuff. They're sitting in their patrol car. They're not doing shit. And it's just crickets. And I'm like, damn, like they got it so good. It's like Club Med here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like going from Brooklyn, getting promoted. And that's what inspired me to take the sergeant exam was bad bosses. And then I was like, you know, I can't be taking orders from bad bosses, especially when I know more and I have more experience than a person. I experienced more. I decided to take the tests after 8 years, and I got promoted.
How old were you at that point?
I became a cop at 26. At that point, I think I was 32, right?
34 if it's 8
34,
years.
34, yeah. Damn, man, you sure you're not Asian, bro? I'm supposed to be good at math, yeah. Yeah, but I'm 34.
I just don't want the viewers to start calling you a liar. They're like, oh, the math doesn't add up.
He's not Asian. Yeah. But yeah, I was 34. And at that point, I felt like I had already given back to the neighborhood that I grew up in. And it's time to get back to my own people, right? Because in the 6-7 East Flatbush, the only like real Asians that you really see or you deal with are the Chinese food stores, the takeouts, right? And the takeouts, you know, the delivery guy always getting robbed and stuff like that. And then seeing other police officers not help them only because of a language barrier kind of pissed me, my partner off, because my partner was Chinese also. So it kind of pissed us off, right? I had 2 partners when I was in 6-7. I gotta give a shout out to my boy Tafler, right? He's Ukrainian, and you know it was great, man. He kept me calm too. But it pissed us off, right? Because you have a cop going up to the guy, you know, and he just wants help, right? He doesn't want to press charges on the guy. He just wants his money or his food back and stuff like that and be on his way, right? But then the cops would show up and be like, oh, he doesn't speak English? All right. 90 yellow, you know, which, you know, unnecessary or whatever, you know? And then just leave. And then the guy just be asked out with no money and the food stolen. So, you know, I wanted to help my own people out. I don't know if you want to call that selfish or whatever, but I felt like it was something noble to do, right? To give back to my own community now. And so I asked, you know, to be transferred to the 109 precinct in Flushing, Queens. The person that hooked me up to go there did give me a warning that I brushed off, and I wish now I probably shouldn't have. But he was like, yo, Steve, man, I don't know if you want to come here. You sure you want to come here? The 109 is hot right now. Like, it's like the feds are investigating us and stuff like that. You know, you should be careful if you come here, whatever. And I go, I'm not doing anything illegal. What the fuck? I'm worried about the feds investigating the 109. Like, I don't care. I'm just going in to do my job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got nothing to worry about. I'm not doing anything wrong. Like, all right, cool. So I went there. And when I first got there, they call Queens cops Queens Marines, right? And I always took that as, oh, the Marines are like tough, right? Like, okay, it's gonna be like, like my Brooklyn cops I'm used to working with, right? Brooklyn cops are top notch. It's like working with Bronx cops, right? It's like very similar. Bronx cops and Brooklyn cops are very similar. Manhattan North, like Harlem and stuff like that, is very similar. All these busy precincts, the cops are very similar. All the slow precincts, the cops are very similar, which is the opposite of busy precincts, right? So when I went to Queens, it's a slower precinct. And then I realized what Queens Marines mean. It was the total fucking opposite of what I thought it was. It wasn't tough cops, whatever. It was just people whining and shit like that, like all the fucking time. Like the cop will be like in the back resting all day or downstairs in the gym working out all day. And I'll be like, oh, I need you to do a prisoner transport, you know. And they'll be like, oh, but I didn't get my meal yet, like my lunch break yet. I'm like, dude, you were fucking downstairs the whole fucking time doing nothing. Like, you didn't eat then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? You know? No, but I'm entitled to a lunch break. And it's like, it's just that kind of stuff, man. And it was that kind of mentality. They work different. And then that's when I realized policing is different in all these other precincts and different boroughs, actually. It's like you're in a whole different department, right? And that was one of the things that bothered me too, because like I feel like law enforcement should be non-biased and equal across the board. If I'm gonna arrest a black person for this and treat them this way, if I arrest a white person or Asian person, or a Spanish person or a green person or a brown person, whatever, purple, whatever, it should all be equal. I should treat them all equally, right? If I'm gonna approach somebody and I'm gonna talk to somebody in the street, if I'm gonna stop them, I'm gonna treat them with the same respect I would like to be treated, right? And that helped a lot. In the busy precinct in Brooklyn, there's always, fuck the police, we didn't fucking call you, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I understand that, but you have to understand, I didn't pick your house randomly. It's not like I'm driving around, I'm like, oh, let's go fucking knock on that door. No. Somebody obviously called us here. Somebody called 911. Well, it wasn't me, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, okay, Central, can you try to call back, please? And then their phone will fucking ring. And I'll be like, you're the one that called. The call came from your phone. Oh, somebody else was using my phone. And I was like, all right, whatever. But whatever the case is, you speaking me like up here, I'm talking to you like a gentleman, man to man, you know, lower your voice. I understand like somebody else, you might have been having arguing with somebody else, but that's not me. I just got here. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. If I figure out that there's nothing like serious going on or no criminality going on, I'm on my way. I'm out of here. And a lot of times when you talk to them like that, it brings them from up here back down here. And you're like, all right, bet, you're not in a screaming match, right? Because if you match their energy, the energy just gets higher and higher and higher, right? It's like being in prison or whatever. If somebody's screaming on you and you screaming back, they're gonna get louder, you're gonna get louder, then it ends up being bumping chests and fucking pushing chests. Then we're in the fucking headlock or on the ground, grappling and shit like that. So the same thing with policing, right? Like cops are saying, oh, the guy's an asshole, so I talk to him back like an asshole. But my thing is you gotta be the bigger person because you have to have tough skin and you're in the profession, right, of law enforcement. So you have to approach the situation, understand they're in a high stress situation also. And of course, they're going to be pissed off. And that's why they call 911, right? So when you approach, you have to like come on a lower level and bring the energy down, right? And that's what I learned in Brooklyn. But in Queens, it was just different, man. It's way different, but it felt good. Slowing down and the crimes were different. It wasn't like robberies and like shootings and stuff or gang wars and stuff like that. It was more like I don't know, you want to say like white collar crimes, um larceny, um credit card fraud, stolen vehicles, burglaries, tire rim jobs, Cadillac converters getting, you know, stolen and stuff like that. And when I was there, since I had a lot of experience, I was able to go into different units, right? So like they had me do crime analysis for a little bit. They had me do the midnight tour. They had me do the 4 to 12 tour. They had me do the day tour. They had me do downtown business district area. And then they had me do conditions/crime unit. So the conditions/crime unit, we do the bar checks. We also like there's a lot of karaoke's in Flushing. We call them KTVs. And a lot of it is kind of like out of the movie Rush Hour, where a mommy-san will come out and then all the girls will line up. Like you get a private room and all the girls will line up and you pick a girl and they'll sit with you and they're like a hostess girl. We call them PRs, public relation girls, right? We call them PRs, and they'll sit with you and they'll, play drinking games. Like the Chinese like to play dice, right? You get 5 dice. They get 5 dice in a cup. You shake it, and then he's like, you look at it, and it's like kind of like bullshit, right? Like I got 5 5s or whatever. And then there was like just drinking with the hands and stuff. So they'll play all these drinking games with you, get you drunk, and stroke your ego and stuff like that. And then, if they like you, they go home with you, and you could pay extra for extra. I didn't know at the time that there is human trafficking involved. Also, some of these girls were there by against their will. A lot of them gave you that sob story. It's like, because they're from like Taiwan or China, and a lot of them will give you like a BS sob story, like, "Oh, my mom is sick," and Taiwan, kind of like strippers do, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, my mom is sick, and that's the only reason I'm working. Pay for the hospital bills and stuff like that, and all this other stuff." Or like, "Oh, I'm paying for my little brother's school or whatever," right? And a lot of these places are also run by gang members. If they're not gang members, they have gang connections. There's some few clean places where they don't have the girls and stuff like that. So whatever the case is, we do the bar checks, and a lot of these places, like, we will arrest people for getting high on ketamine or underage drinking or not having a liquor license, and they're still open up and stuff like that. And at that time, my direct supervisor was Lieutenant Sung. He's Korean, and there was a new commanding officer coming in. He's the rank of captain, Thomas Conforti. I think he works at the Queen's TA's office now, but he came in and he was brung in by the PBA delegates, Police Benevolent Association. It's like the police union. So every rank has their own union. So it's PBA, Police Benevolent Association. Those are the patrol cops. Then you have detectives have their own union, DEA, Detective Endowment Association. Then you have Sergeant Benevolent Association. You have Lieutenant Benevolent Association, and captains and above, right? And the PBA brung this guy in because morale was very low in the precinct, because normal precincts, the busy precincts, the cops usually run the show, meaning the cops are able to be more united, and they're able to say, "Oh, if we don't get what we want, like our days off, or treat us better, or like fix the conditions of the precinct," because the precincts are always falling apart, and the cars are always falling apart. Like, they look nice on the outside, but the inside like is all fucked up. Like, I don't know what the fuck they doing. Like, every car I get into, the steering wheel is always fucked up, bro. I don't know what the fuck they're chewing on the steering wheels or what, but like the rubber is always like fucking ripped off, and then it's like you see like the metal like steering wheel, because inside that rubber thing is it's like aluminum or like
Mhm.
steel or something, right? And I'm like, what the fuck are people doing where the rubber is always fucking ripped off? Like, what the fuck are they chewing on the steering wheel? Like, these animals, like, what? These are cops. They're supposed to be mature adults. Like, why the fuck is the steering wheel fucked up? Like, or like the ceiling is all ripped and shit and stuff like that. People are drawing, like, doing like stupid cartoon like penises and stuff like that or whatever, or Captain So sucks ass or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I'm like, the mentality of it is like it's college fraternity. That's how it is. That's the maturity level. It's like college fraternity, right? And the I don't know how to explain it, bro. It's like organized crime with the maturity level of college fraternity, right? It's like a mob, but think mob gangsters that act like college kids, right? Immature and just like stupid jokes and stuff like dad jokes and stuff like, stuff like that. Um, it's fun when it's harmless, right? Because like sometimes in the summer, like when it's getting nice out and there's a busy precinct and stuff like that, there's some practical joker that's on the roof throwing water balloons at you while you get into your patrol car, and it's like, oh, what the fuck, like it's just stuff like that is harmless, right?
Mhm.
But then the maturity level also, it's like it's dangerous because it's kind of like, oh, if you're not like me, you're not cool, type of thing, right? And the back to sorry. So cops control the precincts in the busier precincts, right? And it's because they're able to like slow down activity, and then they realize, yo, in a busy precinct, if the cops slow down, chaos, right? Because the shootings everywhere, people can get killed and stuff. But in like this precinct, it was a little slower, so cops can't really do a slowdown because it's already slow, right? And a lot of cops, Queens cops, their mentality, they backstab each other anyway. So it's like, oh, he's not gonna do it, I'll do it. Give me Saturdays, Sundays off, I'll do it. Oh, give me like day tours, I'll do it. Oh, give me like, these holidays off, I'll do it, stuff like that. So there's a lot of backstabbing, right? And that was that enabled the lieutenants to run the precinct. So like the admin lieutenant that was in charge of giving people days off or like detail assignments, like going to the parade or going to City Field and stuff like that, doing the City Field detail or whatever. If somebody loves the Mets, it's like, all right, you want to work, at City Field for the summer, you gotta bring me this, that, and dirt, or whatever. You gotta do this, that, and dirt, or I gotta like you, right? So that's why the morale was low, because a lot of the cops were like, that's bullshit, it's nepotism, this guy gets what he wants, I gotta fucking do this, I gotta pick up the slack, and stuff like that. I gotta do this guy's work. So morale was low. So the PBA brought in this new captain, and this new captain, when he came in, a lot of lieutenants jumped ship. They transferred out. They're like, oh, I don't want to fucking, you know, end up catching the bad end of this captain, because this captain used to work as a lieutenant in the detective squad upstairs. And he already had it out for certain people because now he's promoted to captain. So he outranks the lieutenants, right? So now it's kind of like, I'm going to have my payback, right? Because again, college fraternity mentality,
Mhm.
right? So a lot of lieutenants jumped ship, transferred out. My Lieutenant Sung, did not. And I always wonder, I was like, all right, maybe it's because he's Asian and he enjoys this precinct like I do, because half of it is Chinese and the other half is Korean, right? It used to be a Korean neighborhood, and then the Taiwanese people moved in, and then Koreans got pushed further east, right? So, and now it's Chinese and Korean. And to me, it was my dream precinct, because before I was commuting 2 hours to go to Brooklyn to work. And now I'm only commuting like 5-10 minutes to go to work. Right. And on top of that, it's a slow precinct. The food is better. Conditions are better. It's cleaner and stuff like that. So I'm like, yo, this is my dream precinct. And plus, I'm a sergeant. So I'm like sitting on the desk, not doing shit, or I'm fucking in the patrol car, not doing shit. Right. So, it was great. But he wanted to get rid of my commanding officer, because the commanding officer started fucking with him, right? And he was like, yo, Steve, man, we got to get rid of this guy come 40. And I'm like, okay, make a phone call. Because there's a lot of nepotism in NYPD. That's how it works, right? If you want to transfer to a special unit or whatever, it's all about who you know. And we call them hooks, right? It's just so much nepotism. It's so normalized that they even ask you on your application sometimes, right? Who do you know that's in this unit, or who do you know, right? They word it differently, like, do you have any family or friends on the job or in other positions, whatever, and stuff like that. But it's who you know. So I was like, yo, make a phone call. And he's like, no, I can't, man. This guy's well like up top too. That won't work. So I'm like, all right, because I'm driving him to the pizza shop, right? And he's like, nah, man, yo, Steve, man, when you do these checks, you know some of these girls that work there, right? I was like, I don't know them, but checking the places all the time, I see familiar faces and some of them are friendly, yeah. And he's like, yo, man, see if you could try to get one of them to say that he raped her. I was like, the fuck you talking about, bro? Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Especially at the time I was dating a girl who was very low self-confidence, and she was like, you can't have any female friends and stuff like that. And I was like, yo, if I was fucking accused of rape, she would fucking flip. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bad stigma on you. Even though it's not true, the cops, like I said earlier, already are known for being cheaters, right? Oh, honey, I'm doing overtime. Meanwhile, they're out fucking at the bar with some other girl, or they're like, you see in the news, like, one married cop is fucking another married cop in the fucking patrol car, or they're fucking her in the fucking locker room and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, cops already get a bad rap on that, right? So I was like, yo, this guy comes in with his family. I seen he brought his family to the precinct before. Like, he has a son, you know what I'm saying? And a wife, and they come to the precinct, they visit and stuff like that. I was like, oh, it's like a family guy, So I was like, yo, I'm not gonna do that to this dude. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. That's crossing the line to me. I mean, you make a phone call, it's different, you know what I'm saying? But you're crossing the line now. I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Yo, the whole week, I was ignoring him, bro. Like I was avoiding him. Like, he'd be like, yo, Steve, you found somebody? I was like, found somebody for what? Like, I'll pretend like, the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you know, a girl. I was like, yeah, sure. I'll let you know later. Whatever. I avoided him the whole time, bro. So I thought at first, yo, man, this guy is just blowing off steam. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's not stupid and crazy like that. So, I gave him benefit of the doubt. But then since he was bringing it up all week, I was like, yo, this dude is fucking serious. I was like, nah, I'm not fucking down with that shit, right? So I knocked on my CO's door. I walk in, I close the door behind me. And he's kind of like, the fuck is going on? I'm like, boss, can we have a man-to-man talk? He was like, yeah, sure. What's up? Stupid me. I should have known better. There's no such thing as a man-to-man talk in the fucking NYPD. Right? But I was like, look, seriously, off the record, man-to-man, like locker room talk, right? I love working here. It's my dream precinct. I want to stay here. So please, man-to-man off the record, just to let you know, someone's trying to jam you up. All right, that's like, jam you up means like get them in trouble or whatever. And I'm like, somebody's trying to jam you up. And he's like, okay, tell me what it is so I can protect myself. I go, somebody's trying to put fake rape charges on you. And he's like, oh, all right, I think I know who it is. If I say his name, just give me a nod or something. All right. And he goes, Bobby. And I go, yeah. Well, he says some other name first. And then he goes, Bobby. And I go, yeah. He goes, all right, cool, thanks. So I walk out. I'm thinking it's the end of it, right? Like, all right, talk to him man to man. I did my thing. It's off my conscience now. He's going to handle it. A week later, he calls me and he's like, oh, Steve, let me see you in my office real quick. And I'm like, okay. So I walk into his office. He's like, go close the door. I close the door. He goes, yo, man, I know you didn't want to get involved in this, but I had to drop a log with internal affairs to protect myself. A log is a report. So they call it a log because you get a log number, right? And he was like, I had to drop a log with internal affairs to protect myself. I was like, all right, that's cool. And he's like, well, they want to know if you're willing to go undercover to get on recording. I was like, boss, man, I told you. Fucking man to man, bro, off the record. It's like, I know, but, can you, they're asking if you could do that. And I'm like, do I have a choice? Because it sounds like I don't have a fucking choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, you closing the door on me, you're fucking, like, internal affairs involved. Like, what I'm going to tell internal affairs fucking no, And he's like, yeah, you don't really have a choice. It's like, all right, I'm being voluntold. That's another thing that they say in the NYPD, voluntold. It's like, they claim you're volunteering, but you're actually being told to fucking do it. You have no choice, right? Well, you do have a choice, but the consequences are fucked up, right? So I'm like, all right, what do I do? It's like, all right, on your RDOs, on your regular day off, right? On your day off, they'll come to your house and they'll interview you. Bet. On my day off, 2 people come, Lieutenant Seeger and Sergeant Owens. They come to my house, come out of my house out of my pajamas and shit. I'm fucking sitting in their unmarked vehicle, sitting in the back. They're talking to me. I tell them what happened. It's like, okay, cool, thank you. And then fucking they leave. Next week, they come back again. And I'm like, the fuck, bro? Like, keep coming back. Third time they came back, they brung their inspector, right? Their commanding officer, Inspector Pena. Cool guy. And it was just Lieutenant and Inspector Pena at the time, right? I'm sitting in the front passenger seat. Inspector Pena is like sitting behind me, and then Lieutenant is in the driver's seat. And they're talking to me, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right, are you willing to wear like recording devices and stuff like that? And, go undercover and get this on recording, blah, blah. If so, here, sign this piece of paper. I'm like, what the fuck is this piece of paper? He's like, oh, don't worry, it's for your protection. Just sign it. Okay. I sign it. I don't get a copy of it. Nothing, bro. I have no idea what the fuck I signed. Right. And then they start giving me the recording devices. So now my first bump, they call it, right? Also, I'm thinking that they're like watching, because like when you do undercover work, you're supposed to have like a ghost unit. A ghost unit is like another undercover that's in the area watching you, making sure you're safe and not like in trouble. And then you're supposed to have a tech unit, which is like people that are recording. Then you're supposed to have a hospital car, because if you get shot or something, God forbid something happens, they don't have time to wait for an ambulance. They can put you in that fucking car and shoot you to the hospital. Mm. And then you're supposed to have 2 different supervisors at the same time, right? Watching also and supervising. And they're supposed to have a tactical plan. I had none of that shit. So what ended up happening was I walked downstairs to the basement of the precinct where my lieutenant's office was. I go in with my devices. I'm feeling like a fucking dick. I feel like fucking Donnie Brasco, right? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm a fucking rat now? Like, what the fuck is going on? And then I go downstairs. I was like, hey, Lou, what's up? What are you doing? Blah, blah. He's like, oh, nothing, whatever. I was like, yo, man, about that thing, I found a girl. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, the girl, fucking 40, the rape thing. And he's like, oh, okay. Just smiles and just nods his head like, go ahead, talk. Right? Because the whole time he's bringing it up to me and I'm fucking avoiding him. Now all of a sudden it's like, hey, I found a girl. He's kind of like on guard. He already knows something's up, right? So he's cautious. So he's like, okay. I'm like, yeah, I found this girl. She works at whatever's club, and she's willing to say, this whatever, but we got to pay her or whatever and stuff like that. And he's like, all right. So then I was like, yeah, I feel like a dick. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm out. I gotta go on patrol. So I go out. I go upstairs. I tell my handlers, I was like, yo, man, I feel like a fucking dick. Like I think he's not buying it, right? They're like, oh, hang out with him more, talk to him more. Maybe he'll say it. Not working. Then he was like, oh, you know what? Hang out with him off duty. he likes to go drinking at these karaoke's, right? Hang out with him off duty, and maybe he'll say something when he's drunk. I'm like, so you want me to hang out with him, drink with him off duty, like with buddy? Like, I don't fucking hang out with the dude off duty. Like, yeah. I was like, okay. So, I'm like, yo, Lou, you going to these karaoke's, whatever, you going to so-and-so place? I heard they got new girls there or whatever, right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I was like, oh, if you're going to go, I'm going to probably go with my friends too. Like, probably see you there, whatever. He's like, all right, whatever. So I end up, bumping to him in karaoke's and I'm drinking with him. But yo, he's not alone. He's there with other cops and detectives from the fucking precinct. He's there with like other cops that used to work in the precinct that now work at Vice or now work at the shooting range or now work at narcotics or now, some of them are chiefs, some of them are fucking captains, some, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a whole group of people. And I'm like, oh shit, like, I guess these are his hooks, right? His connections. And I'm like, like, this is, it's a little like, I guess like a clique, like a gang, right? And then whatever the case is, like, they're in there also with gangsters that are doing cocaine and shit like that. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I just arrested this guy like last week. Like, what the fuck you hanging out with this guy? Like, this is a known criminal. He's doing fucking drugs and shit. He's like, he's gonna, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go, you off duty. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's gonna be cool, Steve. What the fuck? Don't be a dick. And it's like stuff like that. And it's like, all right, whatever, I'm playing the role. Then as I'm hanging out with him more and more, I see like there's like actual shit happening, right? But when I saw that first incident, I went back to my hand and was like, yo, man, you sure you want me to fucking hang out with this dude? Because it looks like you'll fucking open up a whole can of worms. Like, there's gangsters in there that I just arrested. They're doing cocaine on the fucking table. Meanwhile, he's fucking groping a girl on the fucking side. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want me to hang out with this dude? Like, I'm just letting you know this is the shit I'm seeing. Like, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're the most protected cop in NYPD right now. Don't worry about it. Just go straight up to the commissioner. Nobody else gonna know about it. It's just me, my sergeant, and your captain, and my inspector, and that's it. Nobody else knows about it. Go straight to the commissioner. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm like, oh, true believer. I'm fucking naive. I'm like, oh, cool. Go straight to the commissioner. All right, cool. You know what I mean? Like, I'm special. Like, so I'm going in like a dick. Going in and keep investigating. And then I find out they're going to the room because the karaoke rooms have a door. It's like a bathroom, like a small little bathroom. And sometimes he's going into the room with like the owner, right? I know who the owner is because I gave him summonses before, right? So it's like I see them go into the room with the owner, and then I'm like, why is a grown man going to a small ass bathroom with another man? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, pause. Like, what the fuck is going on? So, he's going into the bathroom with him, and then he'll come out, and then like, he'll come out with an envelope in his hand and some shit like that. I was like, oh, dude, this dude's getting fucking paid off. Like, I see mob movies, like this guy's getting paid off. So then, he'd be like, oh, yo, Steve, this is, the owner, him, blah, 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 this place is actually pretty cool. Don't worry about this place. Try to be like, cool about this place or laid back about this place, whatever. I'm like, this motherfucker just paid you. You trying me to fucking be cool with this place, like, because he just fucking paid you. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes, like, the owner would be like, oh, get one of the girls and be like, oh, go with him to the bathroom. And then, like, he'll end up banging the girl in the fucking bathroom, raping her in the fucking bathroom because they'll come out fucking tearing and shit like that, but they have no choice. And then fucking sometimes they're dry humping them in the fucking middle of the room. Like, one time I went in there and the lieutenant is dry humping this fucking girl on the speaker in the room. I walk in, I look to my right, and I see him dry humping her on the fucking speaker, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I look around, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And the room is like, their mentality are so outrageous, right? Where it's like, I seen gangsters more polite than they are, right? The gangsters are more like, oh, they're having, they're sitting down, they're playing dice with the girl, they're drinking with the girl, they're smoking cigarettes, whatever, they're talking, whatever, stuff like that, right? These guys, dude, they're like fucking a scene out of Wolf out of Wall Street, right? Where fucking, when they do the party in the
Yeah,
office,
with
throwing
the
the fucking midget on
midgets.
the wall,
Yep.
stuff like it was like that, bro. There's fucking gangsters sniffing cocaine on the fucking table. They're fucking laughing, fucking grabbing a girl's fucking dress, putting their hands under the dress and stuff like that, dry humping them on the fucking speaker, taking them to the bathroom, fucking raping them, getting fucking paid off by the fucking owner. The owner's like, don't worry about anything. I pay for everything. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about. I was like, what the fuck did I just walk into, bro? Right? I walked, the girl turned, and I remember like it was yesterday. The girl turned to me and looked at me like, kind of like crying, but can't cry, like trying to hold it in, and like looked at me like, kind of like, help me, and I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I had to like, I turned around. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, oh shit, my bad. And I walk out, like trying to play it off. I walk out and I fucking text internal affairs right away. I'm like, what the fuck? Like this guy's like, dry humping girls on a fucking on speaker and stuff like that. She's looking at me like she's crying for fucking help. I got people that are fucking raping girls in the fucking bathroom. They're fucking, it's crazy. Like, come up here, like come arrest them. And they're like, oh no, don't worry about that. Just try to get the rape charges on recording. And I'm like, what? Like, there's criminality here. There's people doing fucking cocaine in the room right now. Like, you could just arrest them for like, cocaine and shit, like drug possession and stuff like that, and rape. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. Just try to get the rape charges. We're trying to hit them administratively. We're not trying to get criminality on them. I'm like, yo, I told y'all from the get-go, you opening a whole can of worms. And you assured me like, we're gonna like investigate and we're good. That was the first warning sign, the first red flag. With internal affairs, I mean. And then I was like, I bet you're not gonna investigate it. Bet I'm gonna keep getting this shit on recording. Kept on getting evidence to the point where Detective Yam one time, it was we were given a summons to this guy named Jimmy, right? His last name is Lee also, but spelled L-I. We were given a summons to him. He owns 2 different karaoke's at the time, and he was paying them off. So what happened was we scheduled a inspection on the liquor license. Sung told Detective Yam. Detective Yam gave Jimmy the heads up. The reason why Sung told Yam was because Sung is Korean, Jimmy is Chinese, Yam is Chinese, so he doesn't speak Chinese, and Jimmy's English is like shit, right? So he told Yam, Yam told Jimmy. Jimmy knew that the inspection was coming, so he had the place kind of like empty. It was like maybe 2 rooms, right? So I go there, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? I have my devices on, right? So the thing is, we want to catch them, giving him the heads up or whatever, so we could kind of like hit him administratively, whatever, so that. So he gives Jimmy the heads up. I go there, the rooms are empty. He's like, oh, no, there's no customers. There's only rooms, whatever, and but, they're friends or whatever. I know them. So I tell my cops, all right, cool. Do your thing. They go to the 2 rooms, and the 2 rooms had fucking drugs. Right? People are getting high on ketamine. People are selling ketamine. There's a ketamine dealer in there, whatever. They found a whole bunch of jars of ketamine and stuff like that. It was all this other stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? You can't even keep 2 rooms fucking clean? You have fucking like 30 rooms in this fucking karaoke. You can't have fucking 2 rooms clean? Like, what the fuck is going on, right? So my cops have people in handcuffs. They're like, yo, Sarge, come here. So I'm like, okay. So I walk over there, and he has 3 people in handcuffs. And I'm like, what do you got? Ketamine. I turn to Jimmy. I'm like, yo, I thought you said Yam talked to you. He's like, yeah, he did, but I didn't know they're going to have drugs or whatever, stuff like that. And I'm like, all right. So then I told internal affairs, I'm like, yo, little hiccup. My cops found, people here, they're about to arrest them. It's like, well, don't do that yet. Call, Sung and see what he wants to do, because that's his spot. We want to see if he's willing to, like, tell you to let them go or whatever. And then we catch him administrative charges of that, So I called Sung up. He didn't pick up. I get a phone call back. It was Jim. It was Yam, right? He goes, yo, Steve, where you at? I'm like, yo, I'm at Jimmy's spot on 147. He's like, oh, okay. So you got people in handcuffs or something like that? I was like, yeah, how you know? He's like, oh, yeah, Jimmy just called me. He's like, you got people, you're about to arrest some people or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to call Sung. I don't know what to do. He's like, yeah, I don't think you should do that, man, because that's Sung's spot. I don't know you should do that. And I'm like, okay, so what do you think I should do? He's like, just, the cops know better. They should let him go. The cops should know better. They should have had their blinders on, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, all right, bet. Let me tell my cops. So I tell internal affairs. Internal affairs is like, yeah, tell your cops, let them go, whatever. I'm like, all right, look, these are good cops, right? If I tell them let them go, they were just doing their job. But if I abuse my authority and say, yo, let them go, they're gonna listen because they're gonna respect my rank, right? I don't want them getting in trouble for it. And they go, oh yeah, don't worry about it. They're identified because it's us internal affairs. We're telling you to do it. So that you could get a better relationship with Sung, so that maybe he'll feel more comfortable in talking about the rape charges thing with you. Okay, cool. I go up to my cops. I'm like, yo, uncuff him. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, uncuff him. Like, let me guess. A certain white shirt? Because, lieutenants and above wear white shirts. So we call them white shirts. We also say white shirt immunity and stuff like that because they don't seem to get punished when they do shit. But the cops get punished because they wear blue shirts, whatever. So it's like, let me guess, a certain white shirt? And I go, yeah. Like, this is fucking bullshit. Why even tell us to do our fucking job? We can't fucking do our job, whatever, blah, 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 blah. This is fucking bullshit. I'm sick and tired of this shit. And they fucking storm out and they walk out. And, they uncuff them, whatever, and they leave. Next day, Yam sees me at the precinct because he works upstairs in detective squad now. And, he sees me. He's like, yo, Steve, let me talk to you. We go outside the precinct, on the side of the precinct real quick, like in the driveway. And he's like, yo, sorry about what happened yesterday. I talked to Jimmy. It won't happen again. We told him that we were pissed off at him for doing that, having people there, whatever, fucking up and shit like that. It won't happen again and whatever. Yo, if you ever need anything, let me know. I'll tell Jimmy. Jimmy will take care of you. And I'm like, oh, ding, 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 ding. That's bribery, right? Like, you're bribing me. So I fucking text, my handlers. I was like, yo, I got this on recording. Listen to this, whatever. He's offering me a fucking bribe with Jimmy and stuff. And then they're like, oh, we can't hear because there's an airplane going over you or something. The airplane was too loud. We couldn't hear. I was like, are you fucking shitting me, bro? I was like, look, if you don't fucking do this, man, if you don't start investigating for fucking criminality, you could count me out. I'm done, They're like, all right, fine. Go after Sung. All right, just keep it isolated as Sung. Then, because this happened for like a period of 18 months, right? I'm undercover. So as I'm getting into it, whatever, I connect Sung to Yam, and I connect Yam and other cops, like the chief's driver. I get the chief, I get the captains, I get some other lieutenants from Vice, I get other lieutenants from Brooklyn, I get other people from Chinatown, 5th Precinct and stuff like that. So I noticed like there's other operations going on, other operations of corruption going on in different precincts, right? And it's very territorial, just like the mob, right? Whereas like, this is me and my crew got this area. If you want to move past this precinct line, whatever, you got to get the okay with us before you fucking do something. Like in American Gangster, right? Where Richie was following Denzel Washington, right? And then he was from Jersey coming to New York, and then the New York cops, the detectives, were like, yo, man, next time call us before you fucking come, right? It's the same shit. That shit is true. So, that I noticed that. I told internal affairs, and they're like, no. Don't worry about them. Just worry about the lieutenant and detective. And I was like, why the fuck you won't go after these people? So we went after, instead of going after the chief, we went after the chief's driver. He ended up just like a slap on the wrist. The only people that we end up arresting were the lieutenant and the detective. Now, a couple things I noticed while I was undercover for 18 months. One was they never wanted to investigate it in the first place. 2, They didn't give a shit about any criminality that was going on, right? Their main focus was to isolate the situation, nip it in the butt, and make it say that it was a small deal, small offense, and we cleared it up, right? They fucked up the operation so many times, purposely trying to sabotage shit. There was 2 different times where I found out there was a leak. The first time was like early in the operation with the chief's driver. So I was in front of a different karaoke on duty talking to the bouncer. And the bouncers, was like my boy, my CI, right? Like he would like tell me like, oh, so and so got drugs or whatever, or they got underage drinking here, whatever, stuff like that. So I was talking to him outside, just kicking in. How you doing? Stuff like that. He's, yeah, I'm doing good. We just like he had his motorcycle, like his Harley out, whatever. I'm like, oh, that's cool, whatever. I see this guy. He drives the chief. He's hanging out there. He walks in. He goes, oh, you're Steve, right? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, oh yeah, Lee. I know you. And he's like, yo, come and have a drink. I'm like, bro, I'm in uniform. I can't fucking drink with you. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, oh no, don't worry about it. I work for the chief. Don't worry about it. Just come and have a drink. And I'm like, nah, man, I'm good. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm good. I can't drink though, while I'm on duty. And he's like, oh, all right, yo, you know what? It's actually good that, you're like that. You don't drink while you're on duty. Just be careful because IAB's watching you. I go, what? The fuck you talking about? And at that point, I'm like trying to play it off, like, what the fuck you talking about? IAB's watching you. You're the one that's fucking dirty, fucking trying to get me to Indian and fucking drinking shit. Are you fucking IAB? What the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, no, seriously. Like, your name came up. Your boss, Conforti, came up to the chief's office and said that there's an operation going on, whatever, and it involves IAB and the karaoke's and stuff like that. And your name came up, and the chief asked me if you were good or not, if you're a good person or not, and if we should look out for you or not. All right. And your name came up. And since I knew him from the Asian J Society, he was like, yeah, I see him at Asian J, he's cool. And they were like, all right, give him a heads up, stay away from these places because IAB investigating and we don't want him to get in trouble, right? Get caught up in anything. And that's why cops fucking avoid all these investigations, right? Because again, college level maturity, everybody tells everybody, there's no fucking secrets. So that was the first time my cover was almost blown. I fucking tell my handlers right away, yo, you guys got a fucking leak, right? Because you're telling me it's only you two and your fucking boss and my boss and that's it, and go straight up to the commissioner. There's a fucking leak, man. Like somehow the chief knows fucking about it, and the chief's driver just fucking told me that there's an operation going on. And they're like, no, what are you talking about? No, find out how the chief driver knew, whatever, blah, blah, and stuff like that. They knew because Conforti did have a fucking meeting with the chief and did tell her about the fucking operation, because when I confronted him about it, I'm like, yo, you told the fucking chief? And he's like, yeah, I have to because she's my direct supervisor. So I have to tell her that there's an investigation going on with my precinct, whatever. But we didn't know that she was going to go and fucking leak it out to her driver, and the driver's going to come back and fucking spread it all over, right? So then Internal Affairs instructed him no longer to report it to her. That put them on bad blood, right? But that was the first time. Second time was when I also realized that my life was put in danger, right? And that I wasn't getting any backup watching me while I'm on these operations. Meanwhile, they're getting fucking shitloads of overtime for my operation, but they're not even out there doing their job. They're like fucking home sleeping or some shit in the office, fucking in the gym working out, when they're supposed to be out there in the street watching me, right? So one time it was supposed to leave work early. I'm doing 6 to 2s, right? Which is 6 at night to 2 in the morning. They tell me to take lost time and, meet Sung at 10 o'clock, right? Because Sung was like, oh, come by Jimmy's spot after work, right? Take lost time early and come by. I'm going to be here like at 10 o'clock. Come meet me at 10 o'clock, right? So I take lost time, I tell our Internal Affairs this operation's going at 10 o'clock. Yeah. They gave me like they put an app on my phone, right? So instead of giving me devices, so what happened was the incompetency of it, right? They used to give me the devices and meet me at 7-Eleven to give me the devices, all right? The 7-Elevens is in the confines of the precinct. And 7-Eleven is one of the spots that all the cops go to because they get free fucking Slurpees, they get free coffee and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they do the right thing, quote unquote. They call it doing the right thing, right? They give you shit on the arm, right? So whatever the case is, the Sergeant Owens would be acting like he's getting gas, go inside and get a fucking Slurpee by the Slurpee machine. I'll fucking walk up and he'll give me the empty cup with the devices inside. And then I'm supposed to take the empty cup, grab the device, put it in my pocket, and then fucking, fill it up with a Slurpee and then leave, right? But it happens so often, and I have the same driver. My driver is like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you always going to 7 and get these big ass Slurpees. What the fuck is going on, right? And then this guy is always fucking here when you're fucking doing it, right? I went up to the counter, and the 7-Eleven counter guy goes, he's a cop. And I go, why the fuck you telling me I'm in uniform? I'm a fucking cop. What the fuck are you like? What the fuck you telling me that guy's a cop for? Like, what the fuck do I give a fuck? I was like, how you know? It's like he was getting gas and I saw his badge and his gun. All right. I guess he was letting me know because he knows all the regulars. And I guess he kind of like was giving us a heads up because he's probably thinking that's IAB. So be careful. Right. So, I told him, I was like, yo, man, your cover's blown, bro. It's like, what do you mean? My cover's not blown. I know what I'm doing. I'm like, bro, the fucking cashier made you out, bro. And I'm like, yo, man, this is getting dangerous, whatever. I can't meet you guys at 7-Eleven. You can't be the same fucking person dropping off fucking shit to me in a fucking Slurpee cup. Like, I'm saying, like, we got to figure something else out. So they put an app on my phone where they could text it and it'll automatically turn on the camera and the microphone.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so if it's like microphone on or like camera on or whatever, it'll automatically turn on. Bro, that made me paranoid as fuck because I would be home with my girl sometime. Like at that time I was dating someone, and I would be home and like, we're like going at it, and I'll be like, yo, hold on, let me put my fucking phone in the microwave. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if they're fucking listening or they're fucking watching? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I figured out a way of finding out how, it was by accident too, how the camera is on or the microphone is on. So if I'm trying to like record like video, it will say camera being in use by another app, right? Or like microphone in use by another app. So that's when I know it's on, right? But I also became paranoid after all these people like blow my cover, whatever. I changed their names in my phone, right? My handlers, just in case, because it's NYPD, like almost everybody knows everybody, right? So it's like if you heard, like you might have worked with somebody before and you heard they went to internal affairs or something like that. So I changed their name. So I changed Owens to something else. I changed Seeger to Siegel, right? Like shit like that. And then I would delete their texts all the time. Their call log, text, all the time. Especially when they text my fucking phone, say camera on and shit. I would fucking delete that. So one day at 10 o'clock, I meet up with Lieutenant Sung at Jimmy's spot called CEO. It's on College Point. And I go in to the room. It was a new Samsung phone. Samsung Galaxy phone. And Sung was like, yo, let me see your phone. I go, what? He's like, let me see your phone. I thought it was because, like, he's Korean. He likes Samsung. I was like, all right, you want to check out the new phone? Here you go. And he's like, unlock it. I go, what? What are you, fucking my girl or something? You can go do my phone? What the fuck are you doing? Like, just unlock it. I was like, all right. I unlock it. I guess he wants to play with it or whatever and stuff like that. He goes through my call log, go do my messages, goes through my emails, go do my fucking pictures. I'm like, what the fuck you going to do my pictures? You want to see my dick pics or some shit? What the fuck you doing, bro? And he's like, oh, no, you good. And he gives it back to me. I'm like, what the fuck was that about? He's like, yo, man, I think we got a rat. I go, so what the fuck you going to do my phone for? Like, what the fuck? He's like, no, I just got to check everybody, bro. And I'm like, all right, so who the fuck you think the rat is? Like, do we know who the fuck it is? Right? I'm trying to play it off. Like, do you know who the fuck it is? And he's like, yeah, I think it's Jimmy. It's like, why the fuck we here then? Why we at his spot? Right? He's like, that's what we're trying to find out. We're trying to feel him out. Find him out, we're gonna talk to him tonight. I was like, and what if he is the fucking rat? We'll take care of it. And I'm like, damn, let me get the fuck out of here, right? So I'm like, oh shit. So I'm like, yo, I don't want to get set up, right? Because you have dirty cops with guns. Jimmy's gang was the same gang in the bus wars in Chinatown, right? Where they chopped up the body and put him in the suitcase and then put him on the opponent's, like the opposition's bus thing, right? Those buses that go to Boston?
Yeah.
Same thing. If you look it up in Google, it's like, chopped up body in a suitcase, whatever, on bus.
What is it, the Greyhound?
Yeah, like kind of like that. The Chinese Greyhounds, right? And then you have like when they shot up Division Street with an AK-47, it's the same gang during the bus wars, right? So I'm like, yo, shit is popping through my head. I'm like, yo, those fucking leaks. People in internal affairs know. Maybe word got back to him. Maybe he's trying to fucking play it off or something. They're gonna probably fucking shoot me, take me to the back, fucking shoot me, and then fucking have Detective Yan, because he works in the squad. He'll catch the case and he'll just close it out as some fucking, gang shooting or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, yo, I gotta get the fuck out of here. So I walk. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna go look for a girl and smoke a cigarette, because he doesn't smoke, thank God. So he doesn't like, and it was a small room, so he didn't like me, people smoking in the room. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna go have a fucking cigarette and look for a girl. So I go outside, smoking a cigarette, looking around, nobody's around. I get on my fucking phone. I'm trying to fucking call my handlers. I'm like, where the fuck are you guys, right? Nobody picks up. I end up calling my CO. All right. I had to call him a couple times. He picked up finally. And he's like, hey, what's up, big guy? I was like, and by the way, big guy, most offensive fucking word ever, bro. If any cop ever calls you fucking big guy, there's nothing good coming out of it. All right, just let that know. No, for all the fucking cops out there, if they ever call you fucking big guy, just know they're about to fuck you over. Okay? So he goes, hey, big guy, what's up? What's going on? I was like, yo, where are my handlers? Can you get in contact with them? I can't get in contact with him. He's like, why, what's up? I was like, yo, man, son just went through my fucking phone. He thinks there's a fucking rat. I think my fucking cover's blown. They're about to fucking kill me, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, get out of here. He's like, all right, we try and get in contact with him. Bro, my phone doesn't ring at all. And I can't stay outside all fucking day having a fucking cigarette. So I had to go back inside, right? So I go back inside. Now I'm fucking worried. What if they fucking call me while I'm in the fucking room sitting next to him? You know what I'm saying? So I put my phone on silent, all right? And then I'm just fucking chilling. I get a girl. I'm chilling, drinking with her, act like I'm playing drinking games, whatever. I'm fucking, getting drunk, whatever. And I'm like, all right, yo, boss, man, it's fucking 2 o'clock in the morning. I got to go work tomorrow. I got to be at work, whatever. I got to go. So I get home. It's like 2 o'clock, 2:30 when I get home. And that was one of the things I brought up also. Like, I'm out here drinking with this guy. I'm fucking driving D-Wee and shit. Like, like intoxicated. What if I get pulled over? Am I going to get in trouble for it? They're like, don't worry about it. We'll handle it. So I'm like, all right. Whatever the case is, I get home. I'm laying in bed now. Like, oh shit, I fucking survived. I got my fucking handgun on my fucking side just in case they fucking try to invade me in my fucking house or do some shit crazy, right? My phone rings at 3 o'clock. And it's Sergeant Owens. Hey, big guy, you called? Again with this fucking big guy shit, bro. I'm like, yeah, man, where the fuck were you? He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, yo, the operation started at 2200 hours. Where the fuck were you? He's like, oh, I was home, big guy. Like, like you, I got a fucking family, whatever. I didn't come into work till like, 1 o'clock. I'm like, 1 fucking o'clock? The operation started at fucking 10. Then who the fuck is out there watching my back? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, yo, fucking son went through my fucking phone. I thought I was about to get fucking murked, in the back, whatever. Then all this other stuff. He's like, oh, big guy, don't worry. You're a big guy. Nothing's going to happen to you. You're a big boy. You can handle yourself. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, you told me that when I'm out on these operations, you guys are watching my back and stuff. Who the fuck is watching my back? Where's the hospital car and all this other stuff? Like, oh, no, there's nobody out there watching your back. And I'm like, oh, wow. So that's when I realized they set me on these operations to fail and get fucking like killed or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So after that, I had talked to one of my friends that I knew before I became a cop, who's a retired Chinese gang member, right? He did time for it already. He's paid for his actions. But he still has some respect in the neighborhood, and he still has some pull. So I go up to him like, yo, this is what's going on. And what do you think? And he's like, yo, Steve, we're boys. We always respected you. You know, we don't let you know, like we don't get you involved in anything that we do. Whenever we do, something shady, whatever, we don't do it in front of you. We respect you for that, whatever. It's kind of like, again, American Gangsters, where Richie and his mob friend was his best friend, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And then like they had a line though. It's same kind of relationship. So he's like, yo, gangsters don't like corrupt cops. He said, you're either white or you're black, right? You can't be gray. Meaning either you're a good guy and you're a good guy all the way, or you're a bad guy and you're a bad guy all the way. You're a gangster all the way, right? You can't be a gangster cop. There's no such thing because there's no loyalty in it. There's no honor in it, stuff like that, right? So when you're praying to, Guan Yin, whatever, you're disrespecting the whole thing, right? So he's like, don't worry about the gang part. I'll keep them back. We got your back. If you need help, whatever, just let me know. We got you. So now I got the street protecting me. And I trusted the street more than I trusted them because, you know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up in the street. I know the street. My boys are in the street. I grew up with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I trust him. So, go to work, doing the operations. I feel a little more comfortable because when I'm in these karaoke's and stuff, the street is in there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they're all in their rooms hanging out, whatever. So as shit pops off, I can fucking run over and be like, yo, 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 blah, like I have some kind of backup, right? I know like I can get out of it or something. So whatever the case is, later on, the third time I found out that I was being naive about them being secretive about the fucking operation was this cop I used to work with in Brooklyn. And he became a sergeant and he went to internal affairs also. But he was in a Brooklyn group of internal affairs. And he was doing overtime. When they do overtime, they arrest prostitutes. The reason why I say quote unquote is because it's not really prostitution. It's more like unlicensed massages. And then like the person doesn't speak English. So it's like when you're talking to a Chinese person, they're trying to be polite. And like, when they're trying to give you a massage, they're like, yeah, 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 yeah. Everything's yeah, just lay down. Yeah, 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 yeah. And they're giving you a massage. So then like the cop would be like, oh, so you're gonna give me a happy ending, something extra? And they're like, yeah, 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 yeah. They don't know what the fuck you're saying. That's the only word they know is yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. So then they're like, oh, they say yes. Arrest him for prostitution. So whatever case is, he came to the precinct and he was like, we're talking like, oh, how you doing? How you been? Oh, I'm good, whatever, blah, blah, and stuff. I was like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm on overtime, whatever, blah, blah. And he was like, yo, Steve, man, you work out here like in 109. He's like, yo, I want you to know because I don't want you to get caught up in anything or get in trouble. But don't go to this karaoke. Don't go to this karaoke. He was naming all of them. It was don't go to CEO. Don't go to GS. Don't go to fucking HR. Don't go to whatever. Because all these places are being investigated by internal affairs. And I go, how the fuck you know? Because now I'm curious. I'm like, who the fuck is leaking it? Right? Still, because the chief's driver, they're not reporting to the chief no more, so it can't be the chief's driver anymore. So who else is fucking leaking it, right? So he's like, oh, my boy, he works in the Queens group, and he told me. And I'm like, oh, that's right. This motherfucker's in Asian J, and everybody in Asian J talks, bro. Because like every time they have an operation, Asian J would be like, oh, stay away from this, or internal affairs is investigating this right now, so stay away from this or whatever and stuff like that. So I'm like, fuck. So again, I call my handlers and I'm like, yo, you guys got a fucking leak. They're like, no, we don't have a fucking leak, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, man, this just happened, blah, blah, whatever. So, long story short, 18 months into it, it's December of 2014. They arrest Yam, and January they arrest Lieutenant Sung. But before they arrest them, they had arrested a retired cop, because the retired cop Wade Williams, he had a security company, and Sung was a private partner. So the way they did the extortion legally, right, was something similar to what Edward Caban's brother was doing, that the feds are investigating now. Is if you don't use our security company, we're gonna come and shut you down and harass the shit out of you,
Mhm.
right? It's how they do with the clubs too, right? So the hip hop unit, there's actually a hip hop unit, right? The hip hop cops, it's like 2 detectives, right? They'll go follow like artists and stuff like that to the strip clubs. They'll follow artists to like, these high end nightclubs and stuff like that. And when they go into these nightclubs, they'll do the inspections, whatever and stuff. They'll meet with the owner in the back in the office, and then it's like, oh yeah, you got these violations. You don't fix them and come back and shut you down, right? I noticed because one time they came to our club, right? We had like a strip club in the confines of the 109, and I think who was it? I forgot who it was. It was somebody got hit in the head with a bottle or something like that. I forgot which rapper's party it was. But whatever the case is, they came and they did a check, because we're the ones that do bar checks in our precinct. So we backed them up on it. We went in, they're like, oh, this is a violation, that's a violation, this is a violation, that's a violation, you know, section so and so, whatever, whatever. Then they go to like, oh, we're gonna talk to the owner in the back real quick. We'll be right back. They come back out. They're like, yeah, we're gonna give them a week to fix it. If they don't fix it, then we'll let you know if give them summonses or not. And my captain at that time was a different captain, Captain Miller. He's like the XO of the precinct, the second in command. He was like, yo, Steve, man, stay away from them. I used to work in Manhattan. I used to deal with them. They're in bed with the fucking club owners. Stay the fuck away from them. Right? Like, they're just fucking trying to get money out of these fucking clubs. But whatever the case is, what was my point, bro? My fucking mind is
You were
wandering.
talking about December
Oh, right,
when
right.
he got
So-
they both got arrested.
Right. So before that, we arrested Wade Williams, and he had a security company, and Lieutenant Sung was a silent partner.
Mhm.
So it was like, since he's retired, he could open up a security company. He would go out and solicit these jobs, and didn't pay. He would give the list to Sung, and Sung and Yan would go shut them down.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? He would tell me, oh, go do these license checks, whatever, and stuff like that. And I'm thinking I'm just doing my job, and he's just like picking random places, but they're not fucking random at all, right? So, we arrested him, and then we arrested Jimmy, right? So what ended up happening was the Chiefs wanted me to ask Sung and Yam how much Jimmy was paying them off. And I was like, go fuck yourself, because that is the most stupidest question ever, right? That will blow my cover. I was like, I'm not fucking asking that question. You're trying to get me killed. I'm not fucking asking that question. The furthest it goes is, yo, Jimmy took care of you? Yeah. All right, bet. That's it. There's no, oh, when did he take care of you? Oh, what did he give you? Oh, how much did he give you? Oh, where was it? Oh, yeah, okay. No, it's just, yo, that thing, Jimmy looked out for you? Yeah, all right, cool, thanks. That's it. So they were like, okay, then we have to arrest somebody, one of the karaoke owners, and see who flipped. So then we could flip them, and then we get them paying off the cops, and then arrest them for the bribery and stuff like that, right? So I had to get Jimmy to pay me off. So I started, telling Jimmy, oh, I'm fucking. Well, at first they were like, which karaoke owner do you think would flip? I was like, Jimmy. Jimmy's a fucking snake, right? He's a fucking opportunist. he'll fucking betray them real quick, right? Whatever. And he's like, all right. And he has more to lose, right? Because he's a illegal immigrant and all this other stuff. No papers, whatever. And he has a family that he wants to stay here for and stuff, right? So, telling Jimmy, like, I'm short on money, whatever, blah, blah, and stuff like that. And this is like maybe like 9 months into the operation, something like that, halfway through, right? I get him to start paying me off. He starts giving me $2,000 a month, shut down his competition, right? Where I would get $10,000 cash. And then the competition, here's a funny story, bro. So the competition is called HR, right? It's another karaoke. He's telling me, oh, these people, they're undercutting the prices on the liquor, so it's hurting my business, whatever, and stuff like that. And then what was funny was like, he was like, it's hurting our business. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, hurting our business? I'm on the cover. I'm not fucking really in partner with you, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, but, I was thinking that. I didn't say that. But
Yeah.
he's like, oh, it's getting hard, whatever, and stuff like that. And he was paying me $2,000 a month, right? And all this money I gave to internal affairs is all like logged, right? So I'm like, all right, so what do you want me to do? He's like, oh, shut them down. I was like, okay. So I told internal affairs like, okay, he'll give you 10 grand for that. Okay, cool. We'll do that. They went there, they did inspections and stuff like that, harassing the fucking club. They couldn't find shit. Shut them down. They're like legit. Couldn't find shit. Jimmy comes back and goes, oh yeah, yeah, how about this? I'll have my kids go up there, like his soldiers. I'll have my kids go up there, hang out. They'll have drugs on them, and then you come and arrest them, and then shut them down for having drugs at the location and stuff. I was like, so wait, you're willing to sacrifice your own people just to fucking shut them down? Like, he's like, oh, don't worry, I'll give them some money. They'll spend a night in jail. Who cares? It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll give them some money. They'll be okay. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this guy really is a fucking snake, right?
Yeah.
So I go back and tell internal affairs. They're like, no, that's not ideal, whatever. So I'm like, all right, how about this? I told him, yo, how about you just give me the drugs and I'll plant it there, right? And he's like, okay. So I'm like, what the fuck? This guy is just like that comfortable with me, right? So I meet him one day in uniform. We're sitting at it's like one of those high class tea lounges. I'm sitting in the couch like this. His partner's sitting on the couch right here. Jimmy's sitting right here. I'm in full uniform. The server is like across from me, standing, just staring directly at me. His partner takes out like a little red bag, right? And then fucking just like, here. I'm like, here what? I'm like thinking like it's candy or something like that. And he's like, jars of fucking ketamine in my fucking hand. I'm like, and I'm in uniform. And the person is in public. Like the person's looking at me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck you doing, bro? Like, he's like, oh, don't worry about it. And I'm like, damn, they're that comfortable and just giving the cop drugs and shit in public. Like, how often do they do this shit, right? And then Jimmy just goes, oh, yeah, and slips a fucking envelope into my cargo pocket. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I just got money and fucking drugs in public from fucking gangsters. You know what I'm saying? Is they that relaxed? Like, they do it that often? So whatever the case is, I put it in my pocket. I'm like, okay, I'll take care of it. So I go back, I tell internal affairs, I meet up with internal affairs, I give them the money, I give them the fucking drugs. I'm like blown away. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is so easy. Like, they're that comfortable. It's so easy. So then fucking, they log the drugs. And then next week, all of a sudden, HR gets shut down because they found drugs there. I go, oh, cool. Okay, so you used the jars of ketamine. It was 5 jars of ketamine, right? Oh, you used the jars of ketamine and shut them down? Oh, no. We didn't plant no drugs there. We actually found somebody selling. And I was like, oh, really? Because I saw the picture, right? It's like the same 5 jars that you found. You just so happened to find 5 jars, the same one that looked exactly the fucking same. Like, what do you think? I'm fucking 3 years old? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you had your undercover fucking go there with the fucking ketamine, and then you had them fucking, you busted your own undercovers, and then you shut them down for that, right? You basically fucking harassed the business just so fucking, like an innocent business hurting another one just to fucking get in favor for Jimmy so he could pay me off. That's like illegal. You know what I'm saying? So whatever case is, I tell Jimmy, yo, yeah, we shut him down. Where's my fucking money? And he goes, okay, meet me on this day, whatever. So I meet him next day, in front of a Chinese hot pot place. And he hops in my car and he's in the passenger seat and he gives me an envelope. Here you go, 10 grand. He's like, oh, thanks, but my business is still rough, blah, blah. I was like, all right, whatever, man. Give me my fucking money. Get the fuck out of here, right? I was like, yo, get out of here. And then he fucking leaves. I go back to internal affairs. We initial everyone. And it's not fun, bro. Like 10 grand is a lot of fucking initialing, signing, initialing. So whatever the case is, they end up arresting Jimmy. So one night I'm out with it was like months of that, right? And then I'm out with the chief's driver at a unlawful location, one in Jimmy's spot, where it's known for drugs and is marked unlawful location by the NYPD, which means no cops are allowed to patronize in that kind of thing. That kind of stuff happened during the mob era, where there was like a lot of mob places where cops were going and then, frequently because they were getting stuff free, they like ignoring the crime and stuff. So they came up with that list where it's like you could put a location on that list and cops are not allowed to go near there, right? You get in trouble for it. So I'm in there with him in the room. And this is where also I find out the lieutenant from Brooklyn wanted to move into Queens and he was trying to set up a meetup with me. And I'm like, yeah, I tell internal affairs, and internal affairs like, no. Don't meet with him because I think Brooklyn has a case on him, whatever. Turns out they didn't. But whatever the case is, later that night, it's maybe like 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm still in the operation with the chief's driver. They rush in all of a sudden. They're like, Jimmy just got arrested. And I'm like, what? Yo, Jimmy just got arrested. You got picked up by NYPD, blah, blah, blah. So what the fuck are you talking about? So they're like, can you call? So I call the precinct up because, we're still in the 109 precinct, right? We're in confines. So I call the 109, I called the desk up. I'm like, yo, you guys got an arrest for last name is Lee, L.I.? Like, no. What are you talking about? I'm like, oh, okay. Never mind. I hang up and I'm like, oh, fuck, internal affairs. So I call internal affairs and they're like, yeah, we just picked him up. I was like, okay, but now everybody knows that he's arrested. Right? Like, what the hell do they know? Well, because Jimmy was dropping off a girl, his side piece, right? And they arrested him while he dropped off the side piece and let the side piece go. So the side piece called everybody and was like, Jimmy just got fucking arrested. And they go, how did they know they were cops? We weren't wearing our uniforms, right? They're wearing fucking NYPD flak jacket. The flak, the
Like the FBI looking jackets?
yeah, the flak jackets,
Yeah.
right? It says NYPD on the fucking back.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because you're wearing a fucking jacket that says fucking NYPD on the back. Doesn't matter if you're fucking wearing a uniform, jerk off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, genius. You're not undercover. You fucking got NYPD on your fucking back. So obviously they know that you fucking arrested them. So like, oh, what are they saying? What are they saying? I was like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to keep it cool. So I went back and I was like, yo, you sure that Jimmy got arrested by NYPD? Because he's not at the precinct, right? Like, yeah. The girl said that she saw NYPD on the back. And I was like, maybe it was an ICE operation because, Jimmy's like a legal immigrant. I know he was wanted for ICE and, for that and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. We're gonna try to fight him. So the next day I'm in the precinct and one of the other cops, they go, yo, we found Jimmy. I'm like, where? He's like, in Long Island City. But how the fuck you know he's in Long Island City? That's where the IAB base is. I'm like, how the fuck you know where, Jimmy is? Like his wife gave me his Apple ID and we did the Find My iPhone thing and it went back to Long Island City. So we think internal affairs picked him up because, internal affairs is in Long Island City. And I'm like, yeah, but there's a lot of government buildings out there, man. You sure it wasn't ICE, man? Because, whatever. It's like, I don't know. We're going to find out. So then I call fucking internal affairs and I'm like, yo, does Jimmy have his fucking phone? Because when they arrest you, they take your fucking phone away, right? I'm like, yo, does Jimmy have his fucking phone? yeah, he's on the phone right now. Like, go and do it. He's gonna give us some context and stuff like that. Whatever. We end up flipping him and stuff. I'm like, you fucking idiots. Take the fucking phone away from him and fucking shut it down. It's like, why? I was like, yo, because they fucking traced the phone back to your office, you assholes. Right? And they go, oh shit, we'll call you back. So then they call me back. They go, what are they saying? What are they saying? I was like, yo, they fucking tracked his phone with Find My fucking iPhone, and they fucking tracked it back to your fucking office. Now they know that fucking IIB fucking picked them up and shit because in your fucking building. It's like, oh shit. Oh, try to say like they ICE picked them up or something like that. All right, I'll try. And I was like, yo, man, I think Jimmy got picked up by ICE instead. And it's like, are you sure? Like, I think it's internal affairs because it's going back to internal affairs building. I was like, yeah, but the ICE building is near there too, right? Like, I think, I don't even know if there is a fucking ICE building out there. I'm like, just making up shit. I'm like, yo, this man, maybe it's like an undercover ICE building or some shit. I don't know, man. And then they're like, well, we'll find out because when they release him, they're going to give him a discharge paper, right? So I'm going to ask him for the discharge paperwork. So then I told internal affairs, like, yo, man, they're going to ask him for the fucking discharge paperwork. So y'all going to have to make up some ICE discharge paperwork shit or something. You know what I mean? Like, do something. Like, all right, fine. We'll call, immigrations and we'll let them know. So they call immigrations and they let them know. They were still a little suspecting of Jimmy because apparently the Chiefs driver knows some guy that works at fucking immigrations.
This driver's connected.
Yeah. Like, and I didn't know that till later on, where I'm like, oh shit. Like, cause he introduced me to him later on. And I'm like, oh shit, fuck. That immigration paperwork. Like, why is he introducing me to this guy from immigration now? And I never saw this guy before hanging out. Like, this is when we got Jimmy flipped, right? And I'm like, yo, are they investigating that paperwork? You know what I'm saying? So I talked to the guy. I ended up meeting the guy, doing my podcast and stuff after. Like, this is after I got arrested and all that stuff. I meet the guy that used to run New York immigration office, right? And he was telling me, yeah, because I was telling my story on the podcast. And he was like, yo, you're 100% because Sung actually came to my fucking office demanding for the fucking paperwork, right? And I told him, get the fuck out of my fucking office, right? And I was like, oh shit. So then he told me some stuff and I was like, oh, now I'm piecing the puzzles together, right? So all this stuff. So whatever the case is, Jimmy ends up paying Yam. They're saying, oh, it's out of counties and Suffolk County, so we can't pin him on this. It's not susceptible or whatever. 18 months later, they end up arresting Yam and Sung for, bribery and all this other stuff. It's felony charges. They're supposed to get 1 year in jail. When they picked up Yam, they fucking violated his rights by saying you can't have a fucking union lawyer. You have to go hire your own lawyer. But that's not true because it's your rights to have any choice of your lawyer, right? And when they picked up Sung the next month, Sung was gangster, bro. He was like, took y'all long enough. What took y'all so long? When they picked him up, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then fucking walked out with them and fucking got arrested. So they were supposed to get 1 year jail time and felony charges. Instead, they fucked up the case so bad that the DA had to give misdemeanor charges and no jail time.
Did they get to keep their jobs or they got fired?
Sung retired.
And with pension?
With pension because he has over 20 years. So there's a law that protects police officers. Once you have over 20 years, well, it's not, that's tier 2, right? So the new guys have to do like 25 or something like that, right? But once you have over 20 years, your pension is protected. Like they can't take away your pension unless you're convicted of a felony. So just because you get arrested of a felony, it's still going to take time before they convict you of it.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get arrested of a fucking felony, you go straight to the fucking pension, section. And you're like, yo, I retire, and get your pension secured before you retire. And that's what Sung did, right? Sung went in. They're like, no, we still investigate. We still got to do a department trial and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm fucking retiring. Goes in, puts in his papers. He's like, oh, but you're not allowed to retire. No. He's like, go fuck yourself. I have over 20 years. retired, got his 20-year pension.
What about all the money they made from the bribes? Do they have to pay that back?
No, they kept that.
They couldn't track any of it either,
No.
probably.
No RICO, nothing. No.
So yeah,
Fucking
why didn't the
Yam bought
feds
a
get
house
involved?
with all that money in cash in Long Island.
Why didn't the feds get involved in this?
Because Bratton told the feds to back off. That's why remember when I first went to the precinct, I was told that the feds had a case on 109.
Yeah.
Bratton, when I became the undercover, Bratton told fucking the feds, hey, we're gonna handle it in the house. Let us handle it. You know what I'm saying? And then that's how they handled it in the house. The reason why the feds had a case with them in the first place, how they got on the radar, was because before I went there, like 2 or 3 years before I went there was 2 other cops that were part of Yam's team, like condition crime team, that were fucking shaking down massage places and stuff like that, right? And they were caught in a massage parlor. It was a Korean cop and a Polish cop, right? They were caught in a massage parlor trying to rob the fucking massage parlor. They said that in the news that they were trying to extort, trying to get free massages or something like that. They left while paying for their massages, which is bullshit because one of my gangster friends said they were trying to fucking rob the massage parlor because they heard that they had $1 million in cash because that massage parlor was doing shady shit. They had $1 million in cash, and the only reason why they didn't find the fucking money was because it was hidden in the ceiling panels. So when they fucking left, when they flipped the place, they couldn't find the shit. They left. They told them, you better fucking have the money. So they knew somebody that was in NYPD, and they reported to like the feds or whatever. I think they knew somebody in FBI, something like that. So they called their friend FBI. The feds fucking told them, yeah, tell them to come back. You got $10,000 cash for them, and they ended arresting them for that.
Wow.
Right? And then after that, that was when all the team got broken up. The sergeant left, went to fleet services. He later on became a captain and then got demoted down to a lieutenant for getting jammed up from some other shit, which I told them about. Like I told him that this guy was no good. I didn't tell him about that whole fucking what he was doing because I didn't know, right? But I told him about the stories of how he was corrupt with Yam before I got there. Because that's why Yam had beef with this guy. His name is Benjamin Q, right? He had beef with Q because when Q went there, Q is also Chinese. Q actually went to the people that were paying off Yam or whatever. And he's like, yo, you don't have to listen to him. I'm his boss. Just pay me. You don't have to worry about Yam. You just cut him off, whatever, right? And then Yam got cut off from the payroll from the gangs or whatever. And then when this happened, Q left. He sold all his shares or whatever. He left, right? He went to fleet services. And then that's when Yam was able to take power back. You know what I'm saying? So then when I went there, now I'm the condition sergeant. I'm undercover. It was easy for me to get into that circle because I'm the one doing the inspections. So it's kind of like, yo, Sergeant Lee, can you like leave this spot alone? They gotta talk to me about it. You know what I mean? Where I was fucking hitting every place. I was like, fuck that. Like if there's underage drinking shit like that, like drugs or whatever, I'm hitting every place. You know what I mean? Like I don't give a fuck who the fuck you know, who the fuck you are. But then when I was undercover, I had to play the game. It's like, yo, all right, this is Sung's spot. All right, this is Yam's spot. Okay, I understand. This is where the chief goes. All right, this is where the captain goes. All right, I understand. Blah, blah, blah. And get into that circle. So let me describe this, right? NYPD is created. I want to put them in circles, all right? Outside general population, Gen Pop, right? Gen Pop.
Good analogy.
Yeah. Regular cops want to do their job, go home. Good cops doing their job, I wouldn't say great cops, right? Because if they were great cops, they would fucking speak out on this shit. But like, they serve the system, right? They fight crime. They feel like they're doing the right thing, helping people and stuff like that. Whatever, good cops. They want to do their job, go home. Then you have like another inner circle, which is like people who have connections, right? Hooks. They're the ones that get the units they want, get days off they want, whatever, and stuff like that. They get away with minor violations and bullshit, whatever, because their hook looks out for them, whatever, and stuff like that. Then you have the inner core. The inner core is dark as fuck. The inner core is untouchable. Those are the people that not just know people, but know chess movers. right? So think of the department, the system, as a game of chess, right? And each cop or whatever is a pawn, a chess piece, whatever, right? These are chess movers. These are people that are able to sign off on a transfer. Say, yeah, I want this guy promoted. I want this guy transferred. I want this guy here, that guy there. Yeah, that guy, leave that guy alone. Don't investigate this guy. Investigate this guy instead. Blah blah blah, and stuff like that. These are these people. That's the inner core. That's what's corrupt. Those are the people that's running the fucking corruption out there in all the fucking precincts, right? Because they're getting some kind of kickback for it. Those people are also connected to the corrupt politicians. You know what I'm saying? And the corrupt community leaders, right? Because the way how it is, like these community leaders, in the Asian community at least, right? These community leaders are the ones that are donating to politicians. They're inviting them to like their association dinners and giving them awards and stuff like that. They're out there being community leaders and stuff. Meanwhile, in the underground, they're doing their fucking underground shit. And it's like, oh, I need a license for this. I need a license for that. Oh, I got shut down for this. Oh, my friend got arrested. Can you help him out? And then they make a phone call, whatever, and stuff like that. And then that politicians call the fucking precinct. The precinct will tell the cop, like, all right, stuff like that. So that's how it works. So what ended up happening was they got arrested, and they transferred me. They come to my house. I was off duty. They come to my house. They're like, yo, hop in the car. I'm like, yo, I'm in fucking pajamas. What the fuck? What's going on? Like, what happened? They go, we just arrested Yam. So I hop in the car with them. They drive me to Long Island City, and there's a hotel there. And I'm like, why the fuck I'm going to the hotel? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are they about to fucking murk me? Like, what the fuck is going on? So they like, oh, I get there and there's a whole bunch of people. They all know who the fuck I am because apparently they all been watching me and getting my video, like the tech people and stuff like that. They all like, oh yeah, hey, I do such really great work, stuff like. I'm like, I know only 2 people knew about this shit. Like the whole fucking building knows, right? So whatever the case is, I go to one of the rooms in the hotel room. I'm sitting on the bed on the edge of the bed, and there's a TV on the wall, right? And they set up, I don't know what the fuck it is. They put like it looks like a fucking fire stick or whatever it is, right? They put it in the fucking back of the TV, and then they broadcast another room. So I'm like, what the fuck? Am I about to watch some fucking porn or something? What the fuck is going on, right? And then you see Yam walk in on its screen and sit down, right? Because they had a table and 2 chairs. So Yam sits down, and then you see like, my lieutenant, the handler, sit down, ask him questions, stuff like that. And you're like, I'm sitting here, I'm watching, I'm like, great, we got him. Okay, cool. Where's Yam? Oh, where's Sung? Oh, we didn't arrest him yet. I'm like, the fuck? You gotta arrest them all together. And he's like, no. I was like, what about the chief's driver and stuff? And what about the chief? And what about the captain? Oh, no, we're just gonna arrest Yam and Sung. I'm like, yeah, but that's not gonna solve the fucking problem, right? Because they're just pawns. You know what I'm saying? The chief is just gonna replace him with somebody else, and then that's that. They go, yeah, but Steve, fighting corruption is like fighting the war on drugs. You take one drug dealer off the corner, another one's gonna pop up. And I go, you're the stupidest motherfucker ever, bro. Like, don't try to fucking sound all wise with that stupid ass fucking analogy. I was like, that's why you fucking chopped the head off. You know what I'm saying? You set a fucking example. You chop the fucking head off, and all these corrupt motherfuckers will learn a lesson and be like, oh shit, we're not untouchable. We can get arrested. We can get touched. Maybe I should cut this shit out. You know what I'm saying? You send a warning, right? You send a message. I don't care if you're a fucking chief or commissioner. You're getting collared. You're getting arrested.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to fucking jail. And then you fucking do that, and then it will at least kill it for a little bit. You instill some fear. You send a message, right? They didn't want to do that. So I'm transferred to the fraternal affairs. Remember, I wanted to stay at the precinct, right? And nobody was supposed to know I was the undercover. Apparently, next day, they wiped me from the system. I'm no longer in the computer. If you look me up in the computer, I'm not there no more. It said last place work was 109 precinct, and then they can't find where the fuck I am. I don't show up for work because I'm supposed to go to work next day, and everybody in the mother knows because they're like, where the fuck is Sergeant Lee? How come he's not here at work? They look me up. They're like, don't, IEB calls them, like, don't worry about him. Don't look for him, right? So they knew it was me. So now I'm a ghost, right? We call it like undercover, right? So now my ID is UC 5073, right? And I'm told to go to the Brooklyn office. 2-hour commute again. The inspector there, he was cool, Inspector Moore. I think he was the only one that looked out for me, right? He was like, yo, man, look, I know it's a 2-hour commute. Just do me a favor, just stay home and call, the desk girl here, and she'll sign you to the computer and whatever. And we need you to like translate or like, help with the case, whatever. We'll call you up, right? Like, all right, cool. College fraternity shit, right? Haters, bro. They call up, somebody complains, goes, why doesn't Sergeant Lee have to come in? How come he gets to stay home and just call in? So inspector goes, all right, I need you to report to the Queen's office. Brooklyn's too far. Go to the Queen's office and go work with Seeger and Owens and, at the Queen's office in Long Island City. Okay, cool. I go there. He meets me there. He shows me around. He's like, you know what? Just find like a TV room or something like that. Hang out, and, wait and see if they need you to translate or whatever, right? I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm doing that. More haters. Why doesn't Sergeant Lee don't catch no cases? How come he doesn't have to go on any cases and stuff, or call outs or whatever and stuff like that? Like, cause stupid, I'm in fucking hiding. Like, you know what I mean? You want me to go and fucking interact with cops and fucking, people, the public and stuff? I'm in hiding, bro. Like, fuck. So whatever the case is, they're like, all right, transfer him to group 52, which is only undercovers, right? So I'm transferred to undercovers now. At first they welcome me, but then they're like, oh, he's taking up a sergeant spot and a undercover spot, right? So there's short 2 people manpower wise, and then they can't transfer in their own people, so they fucking trying to convince me to fucking leave, and fucking they start harassing me, bro. They fucking it was so bad, bro. Like they kept on changing my shift around and stuff. So I had told them, I had told him, okay, you know what? You don't want me here? I'll leave. I don't want to be in fucking IAB anyway. Put me back in fucking 109 or whatever, right? They're like, all right, just put in for whatever unit we want. So I put in for, I can't go back to the precinct, so I put in for the new police academy that was built by my house. So I was like, you know what? It's close enough. That's the closest spot. It's not patrol. I'm not in patrol. I'm inside a nice building, They have a nice gym. They got a fucking pool. You know what I'm saying? Like I can run around the track and shit, So I heard the security unit is there is good. You get trained in the AR-15 and all that shit, and I could fucking cruise around with my AR-15 and just, whatever. I was like, all right, put me there. And then the commissioner of IAB shut it down, right? Resnick. He also shut down the operation early. Because when they shut down the operation at first, I didn't agree with it. Because I was like, yo, I'm just now getting into the circle. I'm just now getting evidence on these big wigs and stuff. And they're like, yeah, but the Chiefs had a meeting and decided to shut it down. I was like, of course the Chiefs had a fucking meeting and shut it down because I'm fucking investigating them. Of course they're going to shut it down. So whatever the case is, Resnick said, no, as long as he's in internal affairs, he can remain undercover. As long as he's undercover, he's going to remain in Group 52. So I said, okay, bet. I don't want to upset nobody. I just want to do my time, get the fuck out, and be on my way. No. The CO there kept on fucking telling me to fucking transfer, put in the transfer. Inspector Rowe. And I'm like, I'm not, all due respect, I'm not going nowhere. If the commissioner of internal affairs is saying, stay here, then I'm staying here till, they give me the green light. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to piss this guy off and then now I'm fucked for life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the case is, they kept on harassing me, changing my shift around, bro, I was tired. One day I'll do fucking midnights, and then a couple hours later they want me to do a shift for the next day. Or they're like, oh, we're doing a double and stuff like this, and we're doing a triple or whatever. And they would fucking change me from different unit to unit to unit. Like, oh, one day I'm fucking working with them in the Bronx, one day I'm working with them in Brooklyn, stuff like that. Physically exhausting me. Then once they got their deals, like a year later, they got their deals. So it was like end of 2016, they got the deals. They started giving me bad evaluations because they're like, fuck you, we don't need you to testify or anything anymore. They started fucking with me really hard. They started giving bad evaluations, stuff like that. Inspector Moore already retired. I think he got forced out. But whatever the case is, these bad evaluations, they sent my fucking daughter to the psych ward, right? So what happened was one of those lieutenants, Lieutenant Dolphin, used to be the integrity control officer in the 109 precinct. This guy is still on the job. All these people, most of these fucking guys are still on the job doing their shit. He got the heads up because he was involved with Sung and them too, right? So he got the heads up and transferred to the 111 precinct, which was my resident precinct. My daughter was in school in lab class. She's like maybe 13 or something like that at the time. And she's like, looking at her friend across the room. And she goes, oh, bored out of my mind, right? The teacher took it as disrespect. She went to like the dean, and I went over there, go pick her up. They're like, oh, she's suicidal. I was like, what? It's like, are you suicidal? And she's like, no, Dad. Like, it was fucking figure of speech. The teacher kept on repeating the same thing over and over again, and I was fucking bored out of my mind. So I looked at my friend. I was like, oh, I just want to blow my mind out. I'm fucking bored out of my mind. They like took it as, whatever. I was like, oh, okay, so it's misunderstanding. Like, I understand, like, you felt that you disrespected. I'll take her home. I'll talk to her. It won't happen again. Okay. But we call the local precinct, procedure. Sergeant shows up. Friends of Dolphin. The school unit works under Dolphin at the time because Dolphin was like special ops lieutenant of fucking 111. I identify myself. And he goes, yeah, I know exactly who you are. We're sending her to the psych ward. And I'm like, what? The fucking teacher and everybody said she could just go home. I don't care. We're sending her to the psych ward. Sent her to the fucking psych ward. We get to the fucking ER in Long Island Jewish. And the ER doctor's like, no, she's good. Preteen behavior. She's normal. Whatever. You could go. Okay. I'm like, all right, I'm about to leave. The cops are still there with me in the fucking ER. And they're like, no, you can't go nowhere. I'm like, why? The doctor cleared her, discharged her. Yeah, but we call ACS on you. So you got to wait for ACS too. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, ACS is, child services, right? So I wait for ACS. ACS goes, why the fuck are we here? Like, the doctor cleared her, reading a preteen. She's not suicidal. We're going to close it out. Okay. So am I free to leave? Yes, you're good. Okay. I told the cops, what else you got? Like, no, go ahead, go. Took her home. Later on, they try to punish me for leaving work early because I put in a lost time slip, right? To leaving work early because of that, right? And I'm like, what does that have to do with NYPD? That's my personal life. But they try to punish me and say, oh, there was some kind of ACS was involved and was this. So they try to do so much stuff to me. And it pushed me, like in 2020, I ran for state assembly because I had enough of it. I was like, you know what? I can't change it from the inside. It's impossible for one person to change it from the inside unless you're the commissioner, right? Even then, you might get some political pushback, right? But I decided, I need to run for office, right? And I want to get into, because I realized politicians are the ones that can pull strings, create laws and stuff like that.
And you were still a cop, or
I was still a cop.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a cop in the police academy, and I was still a cop. And this is end of 2019. So I decided to run for state assembly. At that time, my political opponent, who was 6 years incumbent in office at that time, he had just turned far left, like DSA, defund the police and abolish police, that kind of stuff, right? Meanwhile, he's donating police vans to the fucking 1-9 precinct. And I'm like, how the fuck are you defunding police when you're donating fucking vans to them? Like, it made no sense, right? He was playing both sides of the fence. So my thing was police reform. Yes, defund some units that cops shouldn't be handling. I agree with that. Defund the police, handling mental hygiene jobs and stuff like that. We shouldn't be doing it. Cops don't like to do it. They shouldn't be going to it. Stuck elevator jobs. I don't know what the fuck we're going to a stuck elevator for. You're not trained to fucking open the elevator. You got to wait for FDNY anyway. Right. So the fire department has to come anyway. So it's like kind of on the radio when we get that call, they have to respond to it and then say, oh, yeah, FD notified and then leave, which was stupid to me. It was a waste of time. Right. Minor jobs we shouldn't be worried about. We should just be worried about crime. Even summonses, parking tickets and shit like that. We shouldn't be worried about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we shouldn't be handling parking tickets. We have meter maids, right? Like the traffic cops. They give out parking tickets. We shouldn't even handle parking tickets, right? We shouldn't handle like moving summonses and stuff like that. Like, you have red light cameras now and all those stuff. Unless it's like a real emergency or whatever, like, you know, we could give them out. But it shouldn't be our prime goal, right? Our prime goal should be stopping crime, just keeping the public safe. That's our prime goal. Thing is that NYPD, they want to touch everything because it gives them more control over everything and also gives them a bigger budget. They get budget for everything that they do, right? So I agreed, cut the fat. You know what I'm saying? Abolish the police. I'm starting to see that where the system is so broken that it's almost impossible to fix, right? So yes, we need something new, but you can't just go and fucking abolish the police and like call it a fucking day because it's fucking chaos out there, right? So you got to build something new first, and you have to implement rules and oversight, right? To the point where you have this new system, you have this new oversight. Okay, get rid of the fucking police department, transfer them over. You know what I mean? My idea was at the time was I wanted public oversight, right? So why did I run for state? Was because, okay, at that time, my mentality was city has their own corruption because I realized it was corrupt all the way to the top, right? At that time, it was de Blasio. De Blasio didn't help with the fighting the corruption because at that time he was running for president, right? Or he was thinking about running for president, and then he couldn't have a big scandal come out underneath him because he seemed as incompetent or whatever. Bratton had pictures of him shaking hands with fucking Jimmy after he got fucking arrested, and we arrested the cops at his Christmas party. So it was like, okay, Jimmy paid for the fucking dinner at a Christmas party and got close with Bratton. You know what I'm saying? Like the police commissioner. So I was like, yo, how can I fight this, right? It's either federal or state. I have to go to a high entity because the city has its own corruption, and the state has its own corruption, and the federal has its own corruption. But it's a bigger body, right? So let's say the feds, they're willing, let's say if FBI has its own corruption, right? But they're willing to go and clean house at NYPD because they're willing to cut off a finger to preserve the whole body, to make it seem like we're fighting, we're doing our job, right? So state-wise, I was like, you know what? State has its own corruption. So they're willing to come into NYPD and clean house because they're not cleaning house in state police in their own house. They rather clean house in the small units to make it seem like, look, we're doing our job. Look, nothing to see here, whatever, right? Because to me, what I found out was internal affairs is nothing but smoke and mirrors, right? It's nothing but damage control. They know where all the corruption is. It's just, well, I can't say all, right? But they know where most of the corruption is, right? But have you ever noticed that all the big corruption scandals and stuff like that, when a lot of cops are arrested, is done by the feds and not internal affairs or NYPD itself? It's always the feds going in and making these big arrests, right? Of police corruption and stuff like that. It's because NYPD, they don't care. They don't want to lose face, right? Because the whole thing of losing face is like now, oh yeah, NYPD is corrupt. Abolish them. Look, they're all corrupt. They don't want to do that. They want to self-preserve, right? So they kind of like let this shit slide until they realize, okay, you know what? This guy is too much of a wild cowboy, whatever. We got to nip this in the butt. And they'll slowly under the radar take care of it and make the person retire or like let them go, whatever, like arrest them and keep it under the radar. Yeah, so 2020, I decided to run for state assembly because of the corruption in different levels and stuff. So I figured state wouldn't have a problem with me trying to correct the corruption within the city. And my idea was to create a public entity or a like community board that would oversee NYPD, right? So the idea is this. It's obvious that you can't have cops watching cops. It's stupid, right? You don't have the mob trying to police itself. You don't have any business trying to account for themselves, right? There's always some kind of outside oversight because there's no conflict of interest, right? So my idea was create a community board or public because you have to remember we're public servants. We don't serve the politicians. We don't serve the fucking rich. We don't serve, certain races and stuff like that. We don't serve, one thing. We're there to uphold the law and protect the public. So you have to realize that the community is our boss. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why a community board will work is because I would feel more comfortable as a person reporting corruption to go to somebody I know in the neighborhood who I trust, who I grew up with, to do something about it instead of going to another cop. Because how am I going to fucking go up to a blood member and be like, yo, man, your other fucking blood member, he's doing this, that, and dirty. You can go fuck yourself, bro. Right? Same thing with a cop. Because it's not like internal affairs is a separate department. One day you're assigned to internal affairs. The next day you could be assigned to the precinct, to the cop that you were investigating. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you need a separate entity. So my thing was a community board or like a public entity. Or what Mamdani is saying is have CCRB do it, right? But the thing with CCRB is it's they don't have the training and they don't know how it is to be a cop. So even though like you have a community board or whatever, they still have to go through the training and maybe do like 2 years of patrol or something like that so they can know what cops go through, right? So this way they could judge better. But that was my idea of running for state office. Yeah, there's so much stuff like I'm losing train of thought.
What happens? Do you get elected or?
No, I wouldn't be here, bro. If I was elected,
Well, you could still be doing an interview as an elected
I mean,
official.
I'll be in Albany. You know what I mean? Like we'll probably do an interview in my office or something like in Albany. So what ended up happening was COVID. That hurt my election a lot. I also stopped my campaign stuff because of COVID. And it wasn't because I had COVID. It was because I felt like the money and resources, again, I have a heavy fucking conscience, right? And I love helping people. So I was thinking, yo, man, instead of spending money on fucking flyers and, all this other campaign stuff, I'd rather just spend money on N95 mask and give that out to the community. And that counts as political work also because I'm still advertising, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm helping the community stuff. But I'd rather do stuff like that to help people because at that time there was the shutdown, right? Where there was curfew and stuff like that. Remember, there was nobody in the street, nobody was going to work. All the stores were like mostly closed. So I got a whole bunch of N95 masks, and I had got that early before it was all sold out because I already like foresee it. Like, yo, elderly and young kids and people with diabetes and stuff like that, like, are more susceptible to the coronavirus. I'm gonna need to stack up on some masks. I give them out, and then I had like boxes and boxes of masks, and I just went to the hospitals because the hospitals are actually running out of masks too, which was crazy. So I was running to hospitals, giving them masks, dropping off boxes. I was running to EMS, right? The ambulance people, like I was running to them, giving them masks. I was going to FDNY. I was going to the police department, like police stations, giving them masks. I even gave the 109 fucking mask, like the same place I was investigating. Like, I don't hate police. I just hate corruption. You know what I'm saying? And then I was going to the senior centers, giving them masks. I put it on my social media. If you need a mask, let me know, and we gave out to like random places. Then also, what happened was people were reaching out to me and saying, "Listen, there's a lot of food insecurity, right? Where elderly can't go out or they're scared to go out to go grocery shopping and stuff like that. Um, you know, some people they're hurting because they're not working and they can't get food on the table and stuff. So a lot of the restaurants now don't have customers because shut down, and they have all this inventory that they have to get rid of. Otherwise, it's perishable goods, right? So they have to, get rid of it. So I work with them, and they're like, "Yo, we're willing to instead of it just going to the garbage, we're willing to cook up meals, and you could just give out the meals." So I started feeding the frontliners because those were the only people that were out there, right? And it was hard for them to get food because a lot of places was shut down. So I go to these restaurants to cook up a whole bunch of meals, right? Load up my fucking personal car on my day off or my, whatever. I'll go and bring it to the precincts. I'll go and bring it to the firehouses. Then I was delivering it to like I had like sign up thing. I had a whole team of volunteers. We had a sign up thing. We deliver it to like elderly people and stuff like that. Then Trump comes up and goes Kung flu virus and Wuhan virus and all this other stuff. And us Asians started getting under attack. So, we were doing Black Lives Matter protests. We were doing Asians for Black Lives Matter protests. But then when Asians started getting attacked more and more, my boy China Mac, he called me up. He was like, "Yo, Steve, man, like this grandma just got beat up. Not his grandma personally, but like an elderly female, right? Just got beat up in Brooklyn, in Bensonhurst. Like, yo, man, they lit her on fucking fire." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He showed me the video. I'm like, "Oh shit. All right, so what do you want to do?" He's like, "Oh man, we gotta fucking protest and stop this, man, because like we gotta stop Asian hate. We gotta stop all these attacks on this Asians and stuff like that." So I was like, "I bet I know this guy, Will X Ham. He's been doing the Black Lives Matter I've been doing it with him. Going to Black Lives Matter protests. I've been going to Asians for Black Lives Matters protests with him. You know, we could create a protest, right? We could do a protest." So I put them in together. They're like, "Yo, man, are you gonna be one of the faces of it too?" I was like, "I can't because I'm a police officer." Can you imagine a fucking police officer putting together a fucking protest? You know what I'm saying? So I was like, "Nah, I'll work in the back. I'll work with you guys, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't put my face on it, right?" So one of the cases, I did that with them, and then my campaign was just put on hold. It hurt my campaign, but I did a lot of good, and I'm actually happy that I did a lot of good. I was doing more good than the incumbent had done or any other politician has done while they're in office. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm out there every fucking day giving out food to the homeless, giving out food to the elderly, giving out, turkeys during Thanksgiving, giving out roasted chicken during Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, my political opponent is not even in the city, bro. He has a house upstate. He's fucking upstate because he's scared of the coronavirus and don't want to fucking come to the city, bro. So it was crazy, right? And he still won. But what other cases?
Now, was the department still retaliating against you during all this time?
They backed up a little bit because I'm in a newspaper now, right? And you know, they didn't want to retaliate against me, and then I could go straight to the news. You know what I'm saying? So they backed off a little bit. So I realized at that time, oh, as long as you're in the spotlight, you're safe. Once you go dark and once news start dying out, that's when they can move in and going on you. That's what happened to me later on, right? But I lost the election. During my election, depression from fucking COVID, them still fucking retaliating against me and changing my shift around. My political opponent gaslighting me. Yo, politics is worse than NYPD, bro. Like I thought NYPD was bad and internal affairs was bad. Like politics is like a different fucking beast. It's like 10 times, right? Gaslighting me for no reason. And I'm like, yo, I can't sue this guy for defamation of character. And they're like, no, you're running for public office, so everything is free game. He could basically say that you're fucking, the Joker and fucking get away with it. Like he could lie his ass off and stuff. Which is another thing I want to change. They should be held to an oath where they have to fucking tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? But whatever the case is, he was gaslighting me. He doxed me online. He said I'm a corrupt and racist cop, right? In the height of the Black Lives Matter protests, and put my address online, bro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So my wife, she at the time she was, I think either my son was just born, right? Because my son was born in October 2020, right? So this is maybe a little bit before, while she's like about to give birth. So every time I leave the house, the apartment, she would barricade the fucking door with all my like boxes, like my campaign shit. She would barricade the fucking door and she'd be like, call me before you fucking come, right? So I know I'm not fucking caught off guard, right? And it's funny now, but it was fucking stressful. It was sad. It was so much anxiety and stress. Then I lost, and I was sad that I lost because I was losing hope. And then I'm at work one day, and this is around the time where cops are committing suicide left and right, right? And I work at the police academy doing security, right? For the police academy. So it's like kind of like one police plaza security, right? Police headquarters security. My only job is hang around the campus of the police academy. And we have cops in different parking lots. So my only job is just hang out in the parking lot, making sure no cars getting vandalized or unauthorized people coming in trying to bomb the place and shit like that, right? I'm sitting in the parking lot. My lieutenant, this dude is so unhinged, bro. Like so much, because I got transferred there from, this is like maybe 2 years while I'm there, right? The whole time fucking harassing the shit out of me. It's stupid harassment where it's like, oh, why you not doing this? Da, 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 da. And I'm like, bro, this guy's fucking barbecuing at his fucking desk, and you're fucking worried about me fucking staring at the monitor? Like, I don't understand. At least I'm fucking doing something. This guy's fucking literally has a fucking grill out and barbecuing at his fucking desk, and you don't say anything to him. You know what I'm saying? But meanwhile, I'm going out doing inspections on the building and stuff like that, and I'm doing my work. I'm coming back to write the report, and you're fucking giving me shit, you know? So whatever the case is, he walks up. I'm sitting in the car. He walks up. What the fuck are you doing here? Blah, blah, blah. I start screaming. I seen you been sitting here for more than 5 minutes. I'm like, yeah, it's only been 5 minutes. Like, I'm sitting here, and then in a couple minutes, I'm going to drive to the other parking lot to check on the other cops, then drive to the other parking lot and, keep driving in circles for fucking 8 hours, keep driving in circles, right? And he's just like, I don't want to see you here another fucking couple of seconds. What, you better get the fuck out of here and go to this. Just harass me for no fucking reason because I lost my election and stuff like that. And during my election, my political opponent had wrote a letter to the NYPD saying that I'm fucking corrupt and I should be investigated because I shouldn't, a cop shouldn't be running for public office while being paid by being an active police officer. But I had gotten the okay because you could get the okay from the mayor, and the mayor was write a letter saying that, yeah, he's okay to go. He's like a executive order, whatever. He's okay. So getting all this, gaslit and all this shit coming down, I'm like, oh my God, it's like the world is so fucking dark. All this fucking corruption. And it's like nobody seems to want to help it or fix it. Like the world is just so dark to me, right? This boss used to fucking, our desks are separated in cubicles, right? There's another, I don't want to mention his name, he's still on the job, but there was another sergeant on my left that used to be mad cool with me, right? And I had said something on the radio. It wasn't anything bad, but I guess the chief heard it and it's like, why, how come you guys don't have this handle or something like that? when I was handling it, right? Because I found the mistake and I was like, yo, this needs to be corrected, whatever, and stuff like that. I guess he was embarrassed. He comes up to the office and you know the little cubicle dividers, bro. He comes up and he just starts grabbing the cubicle divider, just fucking swinging it and just going off hinge, like, oh, what the fuck, fuck you, what the fuck you doing? Don't go on the fucking radio. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? My boy, the other sergeant, he's like, what the fuck is wrong? He was newly transferred there, so he's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, then he slams his office door, which is right behind me. He starts fucking banging on the door, screaming, ah. And I'm standing there like, yo, this guy's like a fucking 5-year-old catching a fucking tantrum. Like, what the fuck is going on? Then the next day, like, for instance, he'll be fucking sitting in his office and it's a glass door, right? There's a glass window, like a wall. And you can see him right behind me. Like his office right behind me. My back is towards him. And he's fucking cleaning his gun. And his gun is like fucking pointed towards me. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yo, I'm gonna go fucking, go do my rounds or something. Like, I'm not gonna sit here while he's fucking got his gun pointed to my fucking back and clean his gun. Meanwhile, the day before, he was just fucking flipping out on me. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case is, he comes up to the car, he starts screaming at me, right? I drive off, I go to another parking lot, the other parking lot. I check on my cops. They're good. I don't know what it was, man. Like, I was really fucked up. I think it was just like desperation, fear of my family not being safe, losing the battle against corruption, and all this evil shit just still happening. And it's like nobody else is paying me any mind or seeing it. My lawsuits have like, got thrown out and like or past statute of limitations. We're trying to appeal. I'm financially drained because of all the lawyers and stuff. So I'm financially broken. I'm physically worn out. I'm mentally worn out. All these cops committing suicide. And I was like, yo, maybe they're onto something. I was like, my family will be safe because they'll finally leave me alone. You know, my wife is still young. She could probably find somebody else. My son is, was just born, right? He won't remember anything. My daughter is already older, right? She is different baby mother, so she could move on with her mom and stuff, right? She has a mom. And I took out my Glock and I was like, yo, all this could just be over. I'm tired. I just want it to end. And then I was like, yo, I fucked up everything where like this corruption thing, fighting corruption and stuff like that is like losing the election. Like everything I do doesn't work. So I was like, yo, if I fucking blow my brains out, would I fuck it up? Would I end up like a vegetable? Now I'm more of a fucking problem. So that I empty out my handgun. I'm like, yo, how should I do it? Right? I'm planning, I'm premeditating. I'm like, yo, should I blast myself here? But if I do this, what if it ricochets off and I'm just fucking a vegetable? If I do this, no, because then what the fuck, maybe I'll just end up paralyzed or some shit. So I'm thinking, I'm like this is probably the best way. And I'm doing dry run, clicking. And then for some reason, like a voice was just like, yo, man, don't be fucking selfish. Your son would definitely be affected. Your daughter would definitely be affected. Your wife would be fucking affected. Your family would be affected. Don't let these fucking people win, right? You're gonna let them win if you do that. That's what they fucking want. Don't let these fucking cowards win. Don't be a little bitch. And then I fucking whipped out my fucking department phone, looking through it, and that's when that new app was on the phone where they created where it's outside like help for people who are suicidal. So I call, and a doctor from Columbia Hospital calls back, and or Columbia University, whatever, calls back, and we end up talking, prescribed me some meds, and it was supposed to be where like they don't punish you for it. NYPD finds out, takes away my gun and shield, puts me on a fucking shittier fucking post. Now I'm stuck inside the police academy with the fucking air conditioning blowing straight on me, and they're like, "Oh, you can't wear a jacket. You can't go outside the doors and those other stuff." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then next day they want me to go outside the door, and I'm like, "Yo, yeah, just yesterday you told me I can't go outside the doors. Now you tell me to fucking go stand in the parking lot. I don't fucking understand what the fuck is." Well, in the case, they're still fucking with me because now they know that they got me, weak, right? And they start fucking with me more. So, 2021, um, summer 2021, my friends know I'm going through this shit. It's just after COVID. And they're like, "Yo, man, look, you've been through a lot, whatever, just come out. It's my birthday. Let's blow up some steam." So, we go to Marquee. And 2 weeks before this, prior though, right? As I'm fighting off the depression, Frank Serpico, he actually introduced me to Tom Devine from the whistleblower.org, Government Accountability Project. And we were about to put in a big lawsuit against NYPD. They were like, "Yo, don't worry, we're gonna help you." That's what was helping me like get my hopes back. They were like, "Yo, they got my story down. They were about to like put in a lawsuit against NYPD. We'll fight, get you, exacta right and stuff like that, whatever. And get you get you in good standing, whatever, and stuff like that. Because I'm still on the job, right? And 2 weeks before that, I had foiled for all my records, all my undercover work and stuff like that, so I could prepare for the lawsuits. When they go, "Oh, do you have these chief on recording?" Yes, here's for recording and stuff like that, right? So I go to the club. We're on the balcony level. My friend's table ended up getting misbooked, so they end up going to Alphabet City. But then I see that friend from the street that helped me out. He was there, and I was like, "Okay, I haven't seen him in a while. I kind of owe him, right, for looking out for me. So let me just like have a shot with him, whatever. I'll meet you at the next spot." All right, so they have a table right up the stairs. There's a table, and there's a lot of people at the table. So his girlfriend is standing on the outside of the table, and she's standing there. I see some kid come up, hug up behind her, and grab her ass and whatever, right? Getting gropey with her. She turns around. I thought it was one of his gay friends, right? She turns around, see who it is, and she's like, "What the fuck?" And she pushes him away. And I'm like, "What happened? Who the fuck is that?" She's like, "I don't know him. He just fucking came and grabbed my ass." And I was like, "What the fuck?" So I told the bouncer. Bouncer went up to the kid and talked to him. He's like, "Oh yeah, my bad. I thought she was somebody else." So I'm like, "All right, young kid, drunk, fuck it, whatever. Give him benefit of doubt, right?" So now I'm sitting on the table behind me. People are still partying. I haven't even taken my first shot yet. Right? I'm over there. I'm sitting there. I'm watching, making sure everybody's safe. My mood is kind of like, you know, kind of like ruined. You know what I'm saying? Because like now I gotta fucking babysit. So whatever the case is, 30 minutes later, she crosses from behind the couches, and their table is like over here, right? The kids' table. So she crosses by, passes them, doesn't touch anybody, goes to grab her friend to leave, right? She's telling her friend, "Let's go," whatever, and stuff like that. The kid then turns around, puts his arm around her, and grabs her breast with a drink in his hand, right? She turns around like, what the fuck? Pushes him again. Starts screaming at him. You can't say it's a fucking mistake this time. The second time you fucking grabbing me, blah, 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 right? So I'm like, yo, chill. Go over there. I'll tell the security guard. Security guard was standing there this time, watching with me, right? I'm like, yo, you saw that, right? And he goes, yeah. Let me talk to him. He goes up to him. He talks to him. It's like, yo, you got to go, blah, blah, whatever. He turns his back. This kid, we'll call him Complainant A. Complainant A turns his back on the security guard, starts taking shots with his friends, right? And goes, yeah, it's my table. I'm good. I'm not going nowhere. We're standing there like, it was me, my female friend, and we'll call it Victor A, and then another stranger A or whatever, right? We're standing there like, yo, just gonna let him fucking continue partying? Like, you're not gonna do anything? Call your supervisor. So he goes on the air. You see him on the video. He goes on the air. He's like calling for his supervisor, whatever. And then I turn to the side. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to call her boyfriend over, right? Because, victim A, it's not my problem. It's not my fucking girl, right? So I'm like, yo, come over here. Your girl's getting harassed, right? I turn back around, and then fucking they're like interlocked now. Her and Complainant A, they're interlocked. So I turn around, oh shit, like he's attacking her, right? So I push him off. I'm like, yo, get the fuck back, get off of her, right? He stumbles backwards. I stumble forward because I trip on, I don't know, the fucking stool or some shit. But you see me stumble forward. So my natural reaction was like, oh, fuck, hit him because I don't want him to swing at me. So I'm going to hit him. So I do 2 punches. It hit like over here. Fight got broken up right after that. This is like all within seconds. The boyfriend is breaking up the fight. Yo, chill, get the fuck, stop fighting, whatever, right? Everybody gets thrown out. We get thrown out. The boyfriend's now, strouting whatever really, really hard, like in front of me. I'm like, yo, where you going? I just gonna want to ask him why he did that. I'm like, all right, bet. So I'm walking with the bouncer. I'm telling the bouncer what happened, whatever, blah, blah. You see us on camera talking to the bouncer. And then freaking the kid got escorted to the corner, right? It's like only a couple feet away where Marquis is. I don't know if you know what Marquis.
I know Marquis. I've just never been there.
Oh, damn, bro. So, it's right on the corner. He gets escorted to the corner, and the security guard leaves him. Now, there's about like 5 security guards outside. There's about 5 security guards in between me and this guy, right? We'll call him R, right? The boyfriend. The boyfriend is like saying, yo, what the fuck you do that for? What the fuck you touched her for? Whatever. And the kid shrugs, because all I see is the kid shrug and laugh, like, hey, whatever. But he was like, what? Boom. 1 punch, knocked out. He's a big guy. 1 punch, knocked out. Psh, falls back. He starts going up to him and starts punching him. Boom, 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 on his face. I'm still walking up. I walk up. I'm like, oh, shit. I think he's knocked out. I think he's good. Stop. He stops right away. We turn around now. That kid's boys are trying to come out afterwards. We'll call him Complainant B. Complainant B is like, yo, what the fuck you touched my boy for? You know how it is, right? What the fuck you touched my boy for? What the fuck? Trying to fight us. Security is holding him back. Security is holding him back. They have a female, Complainant A, and then Complainant B, and then we'll call him Complainant C. C is a female. C and B are boyfriend, girlfriends. I didn't know this at the time. She tries to come in and grab R's hand, and I'm like, yo, chill. He just knocked somebody out. Get the fuck back, right? So I push her back, right? And I'm just standing there, not hitting anybody. I'm just like making sure the crowd is separated, right? She comes back in and now tries to attack the girl, right? Complainant A. I almost said her name. I don't want to say her name, but Complainant A, right? And I'm like, yo, chill. Leave her alone. Get back. Just push, like push back. She doesn't fall to the ground, nothing. Comes back again. Tries doing it. I'm like, yo, chill, get back. So I push her back 3 times. She just stumbles backwards. She doesn't fall to the ground, nothing. The boy, Complainant B gets escorted across the street. We end up talking to Complainant C, right? Victim A talks to Complainant C, female, and tells her what happened. And she's like, okay, let me get my boyfriend. Let us get out of here. The guy's still knocked out on the floor. He has another friend that's, standing there. I'm like, yo, is he good? Like, does he need an ambulance, whatever? So, yeah, we already called one. So I'm like, all right, so you called 911 already? He's like, yeah. All right, so cool. So that was like, I was like, all right, I don't have to call 911, right? Because he already called 911. So now we're walking across the street with complaining C to talk to her boyfriend, try to calm him down. So we walk across the street. Complaining C is talking to her boyfriend, and we're like, all right, you guys are good. Yeah, just let me talk to him. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna leave. Right. So I'm like, all right, cool. There's no complainants. Let's get the fuck out of here. I was like, yo, I asked the girl, victim A, I was like, what do you want to do? Do you want to press charges from grabbing on you and stuff like that? It's like, no, I just want to get the fuck out of here. I just want to go home. So I was like, all right, so I'll take you, whatever. And I talked to R. I'm like, yo, what do you want me to do? He's like, yo, just do me a favor. I got to go back inside and grab some stuff. But, just take her home for now. We'll drop her off at a friend's place. All right, cool. So as we turn around and walk away, I hear commotion. And I see complainant B straddled on top of complainant C, his own girlfriend, beating the shit out of her, ground pounding her. Like UFC ground pounding. Like when you straddle on their waist and you're sitting on them and you're fucking ground pounding, and she's like this, like trying to stop. And I turn around like, what the fuck you doing? That's your own people, stupid. Like, what the fuck you doing? You're hitting a fucking girl, right? Everybody's like, you stop hitting a fucking girl, stop hitting the girl. Somebody comes and charges, somebody in black comes and charges and pushes him off of her. He stumbles towards the sidewalk and just starts swinging in the air blindly. And I'm like, yo, this guy is fucked up high. He's like blacked out. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here. Stop fucking hitting girls. Calm the fuck down. He comes at me. I put my hand out. I check him on his chest. He falls down. I'm like, the fuck? Like, I just touched you, yo. He stumbles down to the ground and he turtles up like this in a ball. And I'm looking at him, screaming. I'm like, yo, what the fuck you doing? You're a fucking tough guy beating fucking girls, but now you're fucking acting like a little fucking pussy. Like, nobody's touching you, man. Get the fuck up. So I do like one of these like soccer kicks, like to his forearm. Like, yo, get the fuck up, right? The girlfriend ended up coming back and be like, oh, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. He usually doesn't do that, whatever. I was like, usually doesn't do that. Yo, you sure you good? Like, he just beat your ass in the middle of the fucking street. Like, you sure you good? She's like, yeah, I'm good. It's okay. We just want to go home or whatever. So I'm like, all right, no complaints, whatever. Boom. I drive, victim A to the spot, whatever. I drop him off. I meet up with my friends in Lower East Side, Alphabet City for his birthday, whatever. Next day, this is also around the time where a lot of Asians were doing fucking GoFundMes for attacks and shit like that. Next day, I see on Instagram, unprovoked attack. My friend got knocked out by these people, blah, 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 for no reason. You see people in the comment section all saying, oh, don't say it was an unprovoked attack, whatever. Your friend was touching on girls and stuff like that. I had like a alt account because I'm not gonna message them with me, right? I'm gonna pretend I'm somebody else. So I messaged them. I'm like, yo, if you're gonna put the full story up, put the full story, man. Unless that your boy was actually touching on girls, whatever. There's a lot of witnesses and stuff like that. Otherwise take the post down. No response. Next day, post is down. All right. One of the guys that I investigated for the 109 precinct, one of the cops, sees the post, talks to the detective I did arrest. They go, yeah, that's Steve. Bro, it was a pitch. Did I have a hat on? No, I didn't have a hat on. It was a picture of the back of my fucking head, bro. Right? They go, yeah, that's Steve. They go to report it to the same internal affairs that have been fucking retaliating against me, and I was about to sue, and the people that I was foiling and stuff. They reported to them. My handler, Sergeant Owens, comes out to initially investigate it. They handed off to the Queens Group. This happened in Manhattan. So it's out of their jurisdiction. They handed off to the Queens Group that I was working undercover with, that I was suing. They come out and they fucking arrest me.
For what? For assault or?
For assault. The original charge on the complaint report was assault 3, right? On the complaint report, though, I'm not identified. The actions that they identify is, oh, he got knocked out outside, right? And that he got beat up outside. So it was acting in concert with other people that knocked him out and beat him up, right? He said inside there was no injuries. I don't remember what happened inside. Nothing really happened inside. It was outside, right? Where I got hurt and stuff like that. Outside, you see me on camera, bro. I didn't touch the kid, right? Whatever the case is, it's assault on all three people. The girl is saying she got injuries from me, right? When I pushed her back. She never fell to the fucking ground and stuff. I was like, yo, she got her injuries when her fucking boyfriend was knocking the shit out of her in the fucking middle of the street. That's where, because it scrapes on her knees and scrapes on her arms and stuff like that. If I just push you back and you stumble backwards, how the fuck you get scraped on your knees and your fucking arms and bruises and shit like that? That's impossible, right? It's physically impossible. The kid is like, oh, he got beat, complaining B's like he got beat up by me too, whatever. And I'm like, yo, I fucking tapped him on his fucking forearm. How the fuck I gave him a black eye and fucking his arms and his knees are all fucked up and shit like that? What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't even touch the kid like that. So, whatever the case is, they charged me, right? They gave me a disappearance ticket. Which I thought was kind of funny because you can't really give a disappearance ticket for felony assault, like violent crimes, right? So I figured out why they gave me a disappearance ticket, because they didn't fully interview the witnesses, they didn't get the evidence, whatever, and stuff like that, the testimonies and all that stuff. So when you give somebody a disappearance ticket, you give them time to gather all that stuff, because you don't get arraigned to like later on to your disappearance ticket, which is like a month later, right? So you don't get arraigned to like a month later. So what ended up happening was, if they would have put me through the system, through central booking at that time, then I would have been arraigned the next day or something like that. And they would have had to have the evidence and the affidavit signed and stuff like that. They didn't have all that. So they pre-jumped, they prematurely arrested me. Even when I was arrested, they violated my rights. It was like maybe I had to be at work at like 6 a.m, right? So I was in my car like maybe 5:30-ish or whatever in the morning. I'm sitting in my car. I see them walk up. The street is like dead, right? It's like dark out. Street is dead. I see them walk up. I'm like, yo, I know this fucking dude. I used to work this guy. I'm fucking suing this guy. Why the fuck this guy walking up? Then I'm like, I know what this is, right? They walk up. I roll down my window. They're like, yeah, we need you to come with me. Come with us. I'm like, am I under arrest? And they go, no, we just want you to come back to the precinct and talk to us. I was like, all right, do I need a delegate or anything like that? Like, no, you could talk, you could get a delegate there if anything. All right, cool. So I left all my shit in the car because I knew how I was gonna go, right? I knew they were bullshitting me. So I left my shit in the cup holder. And then as I'm putting my phone in the cup holder, like, oh yeah, Greg, just grab your phone. Meanwhile, the sergeant is trying to come in my fucking car and search my fucking car. I'm like, yo, I'm not fucking under arrest. Get the fuck out my car, right? I don't give you no fucking authorization to search, because they can't do that. And then he goes, oh yeah, I'm just grabbing the department plaque. I was like, I don't give a fuck. What the fuck you grabbing? Get the fuck out my car. So he gets out of my car. As I fucking, grab the phone, because I was like, I might need some phone numbers for her. So I was going to grab the phone. I put it in my back pocket. As soon as I get out of the car, the lieutenant fucking grabs the phone out of my fucking back pocket. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? Right? He's like, oh, I'm just going to hold on to it just in case, safeguard it, whatever. I was like, no, I'm not fucking under arrest. I'm not fucking in handcuffs. What the fuck you doing? Right? Otherwise, you arrest me now. They're like, oh, no, whatever. I was like, whatever, man. I hop in the back of one of the unmarks, not cuffed, get to the precinct. They go, oh, you're under arrest. I'm like, what are you guys, fucking 5 years old? Like, you couldn't fucking arrest me at the scene. You had to fucking do all this shit. I was like, all right, now we're just going to be waiting. He was like, oh, well, can I get your ID and stuff like that? I was like, you got all my shit, bro. You got my wallet and stuff like that. You got my ID, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, yeah, but we need to know, your pedigree information and stuff like that. I was like, it's on my fucking ID, bro. I'm not saying shit. I want my lawyer, right? And they're like, oh, okay, call your lawyer. I was like, I don't have his number. You have my fucking phone, right? He's like, oh, okay. I was like, can I get my fucking phone so I can call him? No, you can't have your phone. It's evidence. Evidence for what? It's an assault charge. Why is my phone evidence? You know what I'm saying? I didn't assault them with the phone. I didn't take my phone out, take any pictures. There's no fucking video on my fucking phone. Why is my phone evidence? Right? It's because I'm about to sue your ass and I'm fucking foiling you and I say I have fucking evidence, so you're trying to go through my phone to see what the fuck I have to fucking against you guys? Is that what you're trying to do? So whatever the case is, they say that. I'm waiting there. Like an hour later, they finally give me like a department phone or something like that, right? And they're like, okay, you could Google your lawyer's name, whatever. I Google my lawyer, they supposedly put my my phone in the evidence bag. My lawyer comes back with some photos from like Marquee and stuff like that. And you just see me just standing there or walking out. There's no pictures of me hitting the kid or whatever, stuff like that. All right. He goes upstairs, talks to the detectives. They come back down. They give me a disappearance, they fingerprint me. They take my picture. If they give me a disappearance ticket, I go home. I'm there like maybe to the afternoon, from like 6 in the morning to like the afternoon. And the whole time, so NYPD has a procedure where if you don't show up for work within the first 2 or 3 hours, they send the local precinct to come and, make sure that you didn't kill yourself or you're not dead in your bed or whatever, and stuff like that. Right? They come looking for you. So while I'm there, I'm like, yo, man, you sure you call my command, let them know I'm not coming in. I'm with you guys, that, I'm not coming in, whatever. And they're like, yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. We notified operations. You're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I asked like maybe 3 or 4 times. My lawyer even asked that shit. When I got home, my wife had the fucking, my baby, my newborn son in her hand. She had the fucking luggage pack and she was waiting for a fucking Uber to go to fucking Jersey, like hide out. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? She's like, oh my God, you okay? What happened? I see your car downstairs, whatever, blah, blah. The fucking cops came to the house, said they couldn't find you and that you didn't show up for work and that you might have killed yourself. I'm like, the fuck? I was with them the whole fucking time. They fucking arrest me for that stupid club thing. It's like, oh my God, then why did they say that you killed yourself and they can't find you and stuff like that? They came to the house looking and stuff like that. I was like, these motherfuckers, man. Like, they really fucking, like, they don't stop, bro. So that happened. I was suspended for 30 days without pay. At that time, I had to decide to either pay for my appeal for, exposing the corruption or pay for a criminal lawyer. So I was like, you know what? Criminal lawyer is more priority. I only could afford a criminal lawyer. So I paid for a criminal lawyer. Bro, I had to go do like 3 different lawyers, bro. Because apparently you can't trust lawyers neither, because the lawyer I had ended up being in cahoots with the DA's office. I ended up going with a public defender, 18B, which was a big mistake too. And, as I'm going to it, I went to like 2 different proffers. Proffer is like, you sit down with the DA, they listen to your story and they offer you a deal, right? And they were like, oh, I don't see any deal that doesn't involve you not being a police officer anymore. Like, I see what it is. So if NYPD is not going to fire me, then you're the backup plan to get me fired. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I realized, the whole system works together, bro. Don't think NYPD has beef with the DA's office and the DA's office has beef with the NYPD and stuff like. No, they all work hand in hand. It's like the right arm, left arm, you know what I'm saying? Left leg, right leg is all part of the same body. So I after suspension, I go to One Police Plaza, personnel office, and the lieutenant there is like, okay, internal affairs said to assign you to Manhattan courthouse, court section, Manhattan Central Booking, the Tombs. And I go, are you sure you want to send me there? Because my case is in Manhattan. So I don't want you, with all due respect, I'll go wherever you want me to go. But I don't want you saying that I'm threatening the fucking DA when I bump into them in the fucking, in the hallway and shit like that. So, just to give you a heads up, don't try to fucking pull that shit on me. Because I know they're trying to fucking set me up. So you better go ask fucking IAB a second time to confirm. So the lieutenant went to go ask IAB again. They're like, all right, yeah, you're going to go to the Bronx. All right, cool. So I go to Bronx Central Booking. I'm there for like maybe 3 months or something like that. And this is when Adams wins the election and he's about to go into office. He gets rid of the old administration the commissioner of IAB ends up retiring, and he puts in his own goons in, right? So, which is kind of good for me because like his goons were retaliated or harassed by the old administration. So it's kind of like enemy of yours, an enemy and an enemy of mine. What I mean, makes us friends, right? So it's like I thought there was a chance to like redemption, like get rid of this corruption. I'll show you where all the fucking skeletons are and stuff like that, and you could correct it, and we could change it and reform the NYPD. I thought it was some kind of hope, but Adams has his own fucking corruption going on. It was crazy, and Edward Caban ends up knowing the cop I arrested, like drinking with him and going to his restaurant and stuff like that, and ends up knowing the detective I arrested. So it ends up backfiring on me, and fucking I end up getting fired earlier than it would have been, right? So it ended up fucking me over. And then his brother now is like investigated by the feds for doing the same scam as you don't use our security company, we're gonna fucking go against you. And guess where one of the places they were extorting, because they were doing nightclubs, guess which one they were extorting also?
The same nightclub
Marquee.
yeah.
So I'm in Bronx Century booking before Resnick transfers out. I guess Bronx is too close to me because I could just hop over the bridge. They thought I was gonna fucking drive through Manhattan and fucking, because it's called road therapy, right? When you fuck up, they send you to the other side of the fucking city to work because they want you to have road therapy, highway therapy, right? They call it. So they thought I was gonna drive through fucking Manhattan and go way up to the Bronx when I could just hop over the fucking Whitestone Bridge and just go to work, right? So it was like a 10-minute commute, right? And I was getting overtime there, and I was making money. I was making friends with the people there and stuff like that, because Bronx, like I said in the beginning, is very similar to Brooklyn cops, right? So it's like we understand each other, we get along with each other, right? The work ethics are different, right? So they were like, "Oh, you were fucked over, blah blah. Yeah, don't worry. We know you did the right thing and stuff like that." So it was a friendly environment. Before he transfers out, he transferred me to fucking Brooklyn Central booking. So now I really got to sit in traffic, do fucking Queens traffic, or do Brooklyn on the BQE and stuff like that. And, it's wall to wall traffic, right? And it's like a 2-hour commute now. And then I go there. I end up getting hurt because I end up wrestling with a prisoner inside a cell for some stupid reason. Then they fire me. Well, I go department trial. And in my department trial, I bring up the quota system. I bring up racism in the NYPD. I bring up the corruption and stuff like that. And when I bring up the quota system, they're like, "Oh, do they have it in writing?" And I'm like, "Of course not." But they have this activity sheet, and you know about it. Everybody knows about it. Everybody has it. Everybody has to fill it out. Every month they have to fill out an activity sheet, and they call it expected performance. They don't call it a quota, obviously, right? But then if it's not quota, then it's not a quota. Like, bro, if it cracks like a duck is a fucking duck. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's the same shit, So whatever the case is, then I brought up racism. And this department advocate is black, right? And I go, yeah, there's racism because there's, the black chiefs before Adams comes in with all that stuff. Black chiefs and Asian chiefs and stuff like that. It's very hard for them to rise up the ranks. You don't see that many of them. It's all mostly, Italian or Irish chiefs. Like the administration is mostly white, the higher ups, right? So it's like, yeah, you get harassed and stuff like that. It's like, bullshit culture, good old boy type of culture and stuff like that. So yeah, there's racism going on and stuff like that. And he goes, "Oh, there's no racism and all this other stuff." And the department judge is like, "Oh, you mean systematic racism, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, whatever, bro." So I bring all of that. I was just appalled that a black department advocate, like, "Yo, bro, you didn't have to jump through hoops to get to where the fuck you are. Like, you honestly are telling me that there's no fucking racism. You didn't see it. Like, really, being a black man in the department, like, you never saw it. It was just crazy. Like, this guy is selling himself out, like, whatever the case is. Department advocate, I end up getting fired, right, before my case even started. Usually now they don't fire you to after you're convicted, right? Because there was a female cop. I'll give you examples. There was a female cop that got arrested in Brooklyn for murdering her lover, right? And she was locked up, reprimanded on Rikers the whole fucking time, right? For like maybe 2 years until she got convicted. They fired her.
Wow.
She was still on the job
She was getting
on
paid
fucking
still?
Rikers. Yeah, because they can't legally withhold your pay. They only can suspend you 30 days without pay, and after that, they have to suspend you with pay, right? So she was assigned to MELD, Military Extended Leave Desk, right? And then she's still on the payroll while she's fucking sitting in Rikers for fucking 2 years
That's crazy.
waiting for trial, right? It gets even more crazier, right? When I get into like where I was locked up, right? So whatever the case is, I get fired before my case even started. 6 months after that, I get fired November 1st of 2022. May of 2023, I think, was when I got called in for the medical board because I put in for a line of duty injury. I was supposed to get accidental disability, right? So I put in my application before I got fired, right? Because they say you have to put in your application before you got fired. The law even says that you have to be injured while you're performing police duty. It can't be like an injury, like you did it on purpose or whatever. It has to be an accidental injury, whatever. And you have to put in your Article 2 paperwork while you're still on the job or whatever, stuff like that. So I did that. 6 months later, they call me up. They're like, yo, come into the office, the medical board, whatever. We want you to see the medical board. I'm like, yo, Sarge, are you sure, man? Because I got fired. My understanding, you stopped the application, whatever. They're like, no, your injury happened while you're still on the job. You put in your application while you're still on the job. You're good. Come in. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Fine. I go in. Doctors approve me. They go, congratulations. You know, you got approved for accidental disability. Fine. I wait another 6 months. It goes to the pension board. They find out who the fuck I was, and they go, "Oh yeah, you got terminated. So you know we can't vote on it because we no longer have jurisdiction over you because you're no longer part of the pension system, and the pension board only has jurisdiction on people who are active members." All right, whatever. I think it was like 2024 or 2020, end of like 2023 or whatever. Like I started going to trial, right? It was like a year after that, right? Or a couple years after that. I go to trial. Go to trial. I choose a jury trial. You know, complainant A, B, C, they go up, they fucking lie their ass off, whatever. We show them the video, right? And in the video, you see that is, you know, whatever so and so knocking a kid out, right? First of all, it's over a year when it's happened, right? So my boy actually turned himself in before I'm going to department trial and stuff. He's like, yo, I don't want you to get in trouble for what I did, whatever. I'm gonna turn myself in. So he turns himself in and he pleads guilty to the felony charges, right? He's like, yo, I done time before fucking, you know, for fucking bullshit assault. Don't worry about it. I could do this fucking on a handstand, right? Whatever and stuff like that. So he was like, yo, I'm gonna turn myself in, you know, I'll admit to the charges. It was me. It's on the video. You see, that's me doing it, whatever. You know, Steve had nothing to do with it. He had no idea I was going to do it, whatever, and stuff like that. It's me. They go, yeah, we're not interested in you. Pled guilty to the felony charges. He got no jail time. He got a repleader. Stay out of trouble for fucking a year. Come back, it gets repleted down. You get 3-year probation. Right? No jail time for felony charges. Okay. I go to trial. During the trial, we had to excuse one of the jurors because she came back from lunch late and the judge was flipping out, asking why she's coming back late and stuff like that. And it ended up being she claims NYPD was following her and it scared her, so she was hiding out. So NYPD was intimidating her. So then they end up switching her out for another juror who used to work for Marquis. So we do the trial. before the trial in the discovery, the DA had told the IAB sergeant that, I was suing whatever, that group. I saw one of the messages was saying, I conferred with DA so-and-so. She said that she doesn't think that the felony charges are going to stick unless we find something on his phone. Right? Went through my phone. There's nothing on my fucking phone. But they do it on the wall anyway. I beat the felony charges. I end up getting found guilty of attempted assault for the 2 strikes to the back of the head, right, inside the club. They said, oh, he didn't get hurt, but you attempted to assault him. That's basically harassment. Ask any fucking cop you know. Ask them if they ever arrest anybody for attempted assault. It's either you fucking assault somebody or you don't. Because if you don't assault them, they don't have any injuries or pain, it's harassment, which is a summons, right? They find me guilty of assault 3, which is that kick to the forearm with the kid on the floor. I get assault 3 for that, right? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, are you serious? Like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck are you gonna find me guilty of this shit? Complaint A, B, and C during trial, they fucking lied their ass off, bro. You see the video of me just standing there while the other guy who pled guilty to felony charges is fucking punching the guy, knocking him out, whatever, or he's on the floor. And then my lawyer is like, oh, okay, so this is actually somebody else that's hitting you, right? And he goes, yeah, but he hit me too. And we're like, what video are you fucking watching? Like, we're all watching the video. He's not hitting you. Like, he's just standing there. Yeah, but I feel like he was hitting me too. And it's like, it doesn't matter what the fuck you feel. It's like, it's about what's actually happening. Like, he's not hitting you. Oh, well, the video doesn't show it, but I feel like he was hitting me. He hit me at some point. And we're like, are you fucking crazy? Like, what the fuck is going on with these people, right? So what are the cases? I'm like, oh, what the fuck is going on? The judge tells me come back like a couple months later for like sentencing, right? So I go back and, before that, I had to interview with probation office, right? And this is in Manhattan, and it's Alvin Bragg, right? So I already knew like they already had like some kind of political shit against cops, whatever, and stuff like that. So I get, the nonprofit that I'm working with. I get like other whistleblowers and other like community leaders and stuff to write letters of my character reference, right? Like, he fought police corruption. He was actually one of the good guys. It's like kind of retaliation type, whatever. So I go for sentencing. I park in a lot right across the street from Columbus Park. Walk in. I see my lawyer laughing with the fucking the assistant DA. I see the bureau chief from the DA's office looking at the fucking judge, just winking at each other, fucking laughing and shit like that, whatever case. During my trial, right? At sentencing, my friends are there. My boy Prince Map, he's at Citizen App and stuff like that. He was there. My other friends were there. And I sit down. Probation office gives his spiel. They recommend probation. DA's office recommends a year, 365 days, right? 365 days a year. Asked me, do you have anything to say? My lawyer advised me, no, don't say anything. I was like, no, Your Honor. He goes, okay. I just want you to know before this sentencing happens that this has nothing to do with the Chinese Exclusion Act. This has nothing to do with you being Chinese or you being Asian or Asian hate. I want you to know that this has nothing to do with, the NYPD retaliating against you or the system retaliating against you. You told the probation office that you plan on appealing. So that shows me that you show no remorse for what you did and your actions, right? And therefore, I'm sentencing you 6 months for the misdemeanors assault 3 and an additional 3 months for the attempted assault 3 to run concurrent. Officer, take him away. Yo. No, okay, you have up to so-and-so to turn yourself in. No, okay, Do you have a rebuttal or argument? Because Rikers had fucking weekend jail. Did you know that?
Yeah, I interviewed a guy that
Right. For more serious charges, for felony charges.
yeah, he had a theft charge for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right. And he's doing and people come and they check himself in on Friday night and they fucking leave Sunday night. You know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever. Weekend jail, bro. I didn't even hear that. I didn't even know about that shit. Weekend jail. But whatever his case is, officer take him to the back. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? My wife is expecting me to go home. Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I'm in total disbelief. I'm like, yo, this can't be fucking real. I was like, there's no way this is fucking real, right? Somebody's gonna hop out and be like, I'm just joking, go home, right? Like, I'm looking at the call officer. The call officer is like, all fucking like, what the fuck is going on? Bro, the DA and the probation officers were like, the fuck? Like, I thought he was gonna get anger management. Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm sitting in the back, right behind, the judge chamber, like the judge door, whatever, where it goes down to the tombs. I'm sitting, I'm like, yo, I asked the court officer, like, yo, what the fuck just happened, bro? And he's like, I don't know. He's usually not like this. I have no idea what the fuck happened. We're all very fucking disappointed. This shouldn't have fucking happened. There's no way that you should have fucking got time. Nobody gets fucking time for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. My lawyer comes to the back. I hand him my property. I'm like, yo, give this to my boy, whatever. Have him give it to my wife, please, whatever. Right? And then I'm like, yo, what the fuck happened? Like, they recommended anger management. Like, what the fuck happened? He's like, what can I say? He's a tough judge. Like, yo, what the fuck you mean? Like, argue the shit or something. Like, what the fuck? Like, whatever the case is, they take me down to the tombs, take me downstairs, check me in, log me in, blah, blah, blah. I'm still in disbelief, bro. I'm like, what the fuck? The good thing is, they put me on the wagon right away. They don't put me, like, I'm not sitting in the tombs, like, overnight and shit. So I sit in the cell for a little bit. They like, all right, put him on the wagon. And we got a wagon leaving. Wagon came, picked me up. Some another person went on the other side in the paddy wagon. It's like there's like a divider. I'm cuffed. I'm sitting in the back of the fucking van, and it's a rough ride. Like, you're sliding everywhere. You're fucking rocking back and forth, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened, bro? Like, am I dreaming? Like, it was so surreal. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, there's no way. I just got fucking 6 months? Like, what the fuck? And it was for fucking, like, a misdemeanor. Like, what the fuck? Like, so it was rocking back and forth. We stop at the back of Bellevue. And then, they let the other prisoner out. And he was getting, I guess, evaluated at Bellevue or whatever. Then we take the ride to Rikers. Yo, it was such a fucking long ride, man. It was such a fucking long ride. And then we crossed that fucking bridge and you hear doo-doo-dum, 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 doo-doo-dum across the bridge. And that was when it was just like getting real. I was like, holy shit, I'm really getting fucking locked up, bro. I'm like, what am I gonna do? I was like, yo, all right, I gotta lock it in, bro. I gotta zone in. I gotta be on point. You know what I'm saying? So they take me straight to West facility on Rikers. Hop out. Chain, I'm walking in. Right? The CEO's like, hey, what's up? Yeah, yo, we know who you are. Don't worry, we're gonna take care of you. I'm thinking, okay, cool. Some relief. It's, professional courtesy, right? All right, cool. So they take me around the corner. All right, uncuff me. All right, change into this, which is Rikers has Browns, right? So, it's a brown shirt, whatever, t-shirt, fucking white boxers, whatever, and fucking white ass socks and kung fu shoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? They're like strip, bend over, cough. I'm like, bro, come on, really, bro? Like, you just say you're gonna take care of me. Like, you can fucking tell me bend over and cough. Like, what the fuck? I'm not sneaking drugs on my fucking ass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So bend over, cough, blah, blah, blah. Put your shit on, right? Gave me the blanket, pillow. I'm walking. They they put me in another van, drive me to the other side of West facility. I'm walking, and I'm like, damn, these are not even fucking real buildings, bro. These are like sheds or some shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like all temporary structures. You know, I'm walking in. They put me in a single room. Right? They slide the door open. Right? Oh no, this door swings open. Sorry, door swings open, and as soon as you walk in, it's like I guess like a little kitchen area or some shit, but it's empty. There's nothing there, right? And then there's a sliding door, right? So they lock that door. They go, put your hands through the fucking thing. They uncuff you, whatever. And then fucking, I walk in that door and then they slide it closed. Boom. There's like, so there's outside door that swings open and then there's another sliding door, right? And there's like a little like kitchen area or whatever the fuck it is. They slide that door open, bro. Slide that door closed. There's a hospital bed that's inclined. There's a TV that's inside like a glass and like cage or whatever. And that TV is stuck on one fucking channel. It was stuck on like channel 7. And the volume was blasted up. The lights were flickering and dim, like like a haunted insane asylum or something like that. The bathroom was all fucked up. The toilet was all fucked up. I'm like, yo, I thought they were gonna fucking hook me up. This is supposed to be the good cell? Like, what the fuck is going on? Fucking freezing because the blanket they gave me wasn't a wool blanket. It was a fucking thin bed sheet, whatever. So I usually sleep on my side, right? Especially when my shoulders fucked up and my nerve pain and stuff. So I sleep on my side, but I can't sleep on my side because the bed is fucking inclined. So I can't even sleep on the side. And I can't even fucking sleep because, one, I'm trying to clear my mind and just try to clear my head, but the fucking TV's blasting on the same fucking channel. And they're like, oh, you gotta go underneath. There's a hole. You gotta fucking press the button and stuff. And I'm like, bro, this fucking button is broken. I'm pressing this shit. It's not fucking doing anything, right? They come in, they try to fucking turn it off. They're like, oh, yeah, it doesn't work. It's like, yeah, no shit, you know? I can't even take a shower, like, to like calm down, like, like water will calm you down, whatever, and take a shower. Nothing, none of that, bro. They treat me like shit. I end up walking to go see the psychiatrist there, right? Because they're like, oh, are you depressed? Do you feel like committing suicide? Because I was on 101, right? Like 101 watch. And they're like, are you depressed? Do you feel like committing suicide? I was like, hell yeah, I'm fucking depressed. What the fuck you mean? Like, I just got fucking locked up for nothing, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you just ripped me from my family. You didn't give me no time to turn myself in. Like, you talking about like, I show no remorse because I plan on appealing. Bro, when I talk to probation office, they ask me, do you plan on appealing? I go, I have a public defender. So I think he told me that he automatically appeals. It's just like a thing they do. They're like, oh, okay, do you want to talk about your case? I was like, no, he advised me not to talk about it. And they're like, okay, cool. How does that show no fucking remorse? It wasn't even my decision to fucking appeal or not. It was like, it's something they automatically fucking do. And I was like, all right, cool. If you automatically do it, then do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I didn't do it. I'm fucking gonna. Yo, it was crazy. I was like, what the fuck is going on? So then, bro, I'm walking with the captain because they don't have sergeants there, right? So it's like officer and then captain. She's walking with me. Tall lady. She's walking me. I'm put in the box. You know what a box is?
You're like black boxed.
Yeah, so it's like a box around your wrist that's cuffed, right? That chain is chained around your waist. That chain around your waist is then chain around your leg shackles. And I'm walking like this. And they go, oh, this is for your own protection. And I'm like looking around the yard because I'm supposed to be like a supervisor's supposed to walk with me at all times. And when I walk, they have to clear everybody. Everybody has to be locked down, right? But they don't have enough manpower. They don't have the fucking time to do that. And in Rikers, they're not fucking playing that shit. They're like, fuck you, just have him walk through, bro. We're not fucking locking down for a fucking guy to go pass by. So fucking, I'm walking through and I see everybody else uncuffed and shit, walking around. And I'm like, yo, how's this for my own fucking protection? That motherfucker's not cuffed. He's like fucking 30 feet away from me. If he comes and fucks me up and start charging me, I'm supposed to fucking depend on you who fucking handicapped me? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So she's walking with me. She's like, yo, so what happened? What'd you do? I go, I did nothing. What the fuck are you talking about? It was a fucking bar fight, bro. I was like, yo, it was a bar fight. the guy fucking sexually assaulted my female friend. I told the bouncer didn't do anything. He ended up fucking grabbing her, and I fucking pushed him back, and then fucking the boyfriend knocked him out, and they charged me with acting in concert. Nobody else was fucking arrested. My boy ended up turning himself in, and they didn't fucking send him to jail for fucking felony charges. They sent me to jail for fucking misdemeanor. And they go, yeah, it was kids, right? It was like minors. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They were fucking adults. It was a bar. You're not fucking paying attention. You're over 21, obviously. They're fucking drinking and shit. She's like, oh, okay. I'm glad I got the story from you, like, you know, from you directly and stuff. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Right? I go back to my cell and I finally get my like my PIN number and all that shit that you could fucking do you have to do a whole fucking code like fucking to make a phone call. Like you have to press in your fucking prisoner number, then your PIN number, right? And all the other stuff. And then the phone number. And at Rikers, they give you free phone calls, but everybody shares the same line, right? So it's like you have to make sure nobody else is on the phone, and then you have to tell them to turn it on in your cell, and then you make your phone call, whatever. First of all, they weren't trying to give me no fucking phone calls. They always trying to fucking play me, right? Because I was on the same block as all murderers, right? First of all, the first cell I was in, it took me like 3 days to get a new cell. It took me like 2 days to get a new cell, right? And in the new cell had a phone, right? Because they didn't want to give me a fucking phone in the other cell, right? So after I had to talk with her, she changed my cell, right? I had an okay cell because somebody was just getting out, so they were moving out, and they were like, okay, we can clean down. You can have that cell. It was a shitty cell, but it was still way better than what I had. They gave me the phone. Like, it took another day for them to give me the phone and stuff like that. So when I finally called my boy up, right? First of all, they were trying to play me. They were like, "Oh, you don't get no fucking phone privileges. You don't get no fucking phone time. Blah blah. Fuck you. Blah blah." And everybody's screaming through the fucking walls, like through the door. So I'm like, "Yo, fuck this. If I don't get no fucking phone time, I'm gonna fucking turn this shit up. I'm gonna fuck shit up, and nobody's gonna get fucking phone time. Fuck this shit." And they're like, oh, chill. All right. You get 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock before they shut down the phone, blah, blah. And you get in the daytime, this time to that time. And I was like, all right, bet. So I called my boy up to make sure that my wife got my shit. And he's like, yo, Steve, man. Because I'm on the same block as all murderers. I get to know, like, they're talking, do the fucking thing. What the fuck are you here for? What the fuck are you here for? Blah, blah. I'm like, yo, I'm here for a fucking misdemeanor. Like, what? The fuck you fucking lying? Stop fucking lying, blah, blah. Nobody's here for a fucking misdemeanor. The fuck you talking about? One drug dealer gone bad. One drug deal gone bad, murder. One guy killed a fucking grandfather, king of the bloods or some shit, chopped off his head, murder. One guy who shot Officer Dillard, murder. All homicide charges. I'm the only dickhead there with fucking misdemeanor, bro. In the whole entire Rikers. The only dickhead with a fucking misdemeanor. So, they're all aggressive to me. My boy fucking, when I talk to my boy, I'm like, yo, did my wife get the stuff? Yeah, everything's good. Don't worry. You know, I told him that she needs anything, help out, whatever, and stuff like that. He was like, yo, but Steve, be careful in there. I was like, why? What happened? He was like, yo, man, I looked up your case online because you go online and look up thing and it tells you the charges. So, yo, the court clerk put a false charge on you. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They put a child beater charge. I was like, what? Yeah, they put caregiver abuser, which basically means that you child abuse somebody, like you beat your kid or some shit like that. It's like, that's why they're fucking acting so aggressive towards me, because they think I'm a fucking corrupt cop that beat kids. You put that on me, and then you send me to Rikers on a block of all fucking murderers and Officer Diller's murderer. And then you expect me to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, you put me in a box whenever I'm going to the yard or some shit like that, and nobody else is cuffed. Like, what the fuck are you, like, are you that fucking petty? You trying to get me murked in fucking prison? So, one day, I'm like, I bet, can you, like, tell my lawyer to fix it, whatever? So he's like, yeah, I'm working on it. All right, cool. So, first couple of days, I'm locked in my cell. I'm doing sit-ups. I'm like, yo, fuck it. I gotta get in, right? So I'm doing sit-ups. I'm doing fucking, squats. And I'm doing push-ups off the wall because my shoulder's fucked up, so I can't do full push-ups. So I'm doing at least push-ups off the fucking wall, right? You know, they like, do 100, and then next week do 110, 120, let it go, keep going up, right? So I'm doing that, but a couple of days in, so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the fucking yard because I'm not gonna fucking I couldn't just stay in the room all fucking day, bro. It was insanity, bro. So I went in the yard, and over there everybody's PC, right? So as I go to the yard, everybody goes one by one. So they come, they're like, "You want to go to the yard? You want rec time?" I was like, "Yeah." So I go to the yard. I'm walking out in the box. In the yard, though, it's everybody's fenced off in a fenced off box, like a cube, right? So it's like fenced off box, fenced off box, fenced off box. Everybody has their own little box. People working out that I see on my block, right? They're all doing their burpees and shit. So they're doing burpees across from me. The guy on my right, you know, he's like kind of curious, like what the fuck is going on, because he just got there, right? So he's like, "Yo, the blah blah blah," and he's like, I told him, "Yo, straight off the bat, I'm a cop, right? This is what happened, blah 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 blah. I was a whistleblower. They ended up locking me up, blah blah. They said I was a fucking child abuse. That's not true. It's only a fucking club fight, bar fight, whatever, blah blah." He's like, "Oh shit, man, like." Because in there, they understand the system better, and they also know that cops are capable of this shit, right? Of doing, fucked up shit like that. So he's like, "Yo, man, they trying to set you up, bro. We were about to fucking make a move on you." So he was like, "Yo, good thing you said something, because, whatever. But yo, we understand these fucking cops, fuck 12, whatever, blah, blah. We understand these cops, shit, whatever. They're trying to set you up to get you killed. But we got your back. Don't worry. We'll look out for you." So, I start talking to them. I help them with like legal advice and shit like that. One guy is talking about his case. "Oh, I was just in the car. I didn't know they were gonna shoot the guy, blah, 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 and other stuff. What do you think my chances are?" I was like, "Bro, you got arrested in Brooklyn for being in the car with a gun. Don't worry about it. You good." You ain't doing you ain't doing shit, whatever. The guy who cut the head off the fucking King of the Blood and put him in the fucking refrigerator or some shit like that. He's talking about like he's been on Rikers for like fucking 4 years now, waiting for fucking trial. And I'm
Wow.
like, "Are you fucking kidding me? By the time you get out, it'll be time served, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "I know, blah, blah. They keep fucking around with my case. The cops are saying this, blah, 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 blah. The only evidence is hearsay, is a person who's heard somebody else say that I was the person and stuff like that." And I was like, "Damn, that's fucked up, whatever." So I'm helping people with legal shit. Um, my other friend, he worked for corrections. He was like a deputy commissioner or something like that for corrections. And he was like, "Yo," he wrote me a letter, right? He was like, "Yo, you could apply for early release," right? First of all, I'm fucking 6 months sentence. So it was only fucking 4 months. So I was like, I apply for what, bro? Apply for anything. By the time fucking it gets heard, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? But he was like, "Oh, but you could try to get out in like a month instead," or something like that. So it's called it's this early release program where Rikers getting full and they're trying to shut down Rikers. So it's like they let people with minor charges or whatever like go, right? Like, and do like house arrest or probation instead. So first of all, that application doesn't even fucking exist on Rikers, right? I asked every fucking the law library person that'll come around and be like, "Oh, they need like stuff that you want, pencils or like material that you need or whatever you want me to look up," and I'll come back and give you the research and stuff. I was like, "Yeah, I want to ask about this early release program, blah blah." It's like, "Oh, I never heard of it. Okay, let me get back to you on it." So after the first week, I get my commissary in. The food fucking sucked, bro. I thought the food was so fucking bland. It's like you're fucking eating cardboard. I was like, "What the fuck is this nasty ass?" The only thing that actually tastes real was chicken. The chicken legs. You know what I'm saying? It is chicken night. And they only had chicken night. I think it was once a week or twice a week. I forgot on Rikers because I was on Rikers for like 15 days, right? Because I end up talking to a reporter and stuff, and I told what happened and stuff like that. and then I hit the news, right? And then once it hit the news, Albany called down and said he can't be in Rikers. He's a NYPD police officer. He can't be in Rikers. It's not safe for him. And you got him on a fucking block of all killers and stuff like that. Because they transfer me from in West Facility, there's different blocks, right? So they transfer me from block to block because I kept on fucking complaining about there was raw sewage leaking from the fucking floor, the fucking, all this nasty shit. You got me on the block of all fucking murderers, all those other stuff. So they kept on transferring me over and over again. So one time I was next to fucking Donald Trump's
lawyer.
Lawyer, yeah. What was his fucking
Michael
name?
Cohen?
Yeah.
Michael Cohen or
no,
his CEO. The CFO that got arrested.
The accountant.
Yeah, this on the state charges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and the guy that was molesting girls or sexually abusing girls in Hollywood.
What's his name? Weisberg or
Weinstein or some
Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, you were with him?
They were both on the same block. They were right next to me on my right. But then the cell they had me in, right? Raw sewage fucking coming out of the fucking floor right outside this fucking shower. There was a metal plate. And I'm like, why the fuck is there metal plate on the floor? Because they didn't have fucking metal plate in the other fucking room. Like, I step on a fucking plate and fucking raw sewage comes out. I was like, what the fuck is this? And it's like right after you come out of the shower is rusty fucking metal plate. And I'm like, yo, they didn't give me no fucking slippers or anything. The only thing I have are the Kung Fu shoes because they didn't give me commissary yet. So I couldn't buy slippers or anything. So fucking I'm coming out of a shitty shower first and then to step on a metal plate with raw sewage coming out. Like, what the fuck is going on? Then they put me in another room where there was fucking a hole in the floor, right? Where you could see, because apparently it's like a converted RV or some or cargo container or some shit, right? And then you could see underneath and stuff. And I was like, yo, CO, there's a fucking hole in the floor over here. I don't want you to think I'm trying to fucking escape or anything, because this goes right to the outside, you know what I'm saying? So, I kept on complaining, bro. And then, I told news, it made the news. Albany called. They said I gotta get transferred out. But the fucking fucked up part was my shit was in JPay, right? And my commissary was in JPay. And I had just ordered commissary, bro. Commissary came Thursday night. Just got commissary. I was like, oh, all right, I'm settled in. I'm mentally prepared to do my fucking 6 months here. You know what I'm saying? I just cleaned up the room. I got it settled the way I want. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting comfortable. I'm meditating. I'm fucking doing my sit-ups and shit. I'm doing my exercises. I'm fucking mentally prepared. I got in good with the people on the fucking block, because now I'm not on a block with the murderers, but now I'm on a block with fucking gangbangers instead, right? But you know what I'm saying? It's more, they're loud, the kids, right? The younger kids, and it's loud. But at least, you know what I'm saying? I'm in good with everybody, right? I got my phone time privileges and shit like that. I got my hours set. I got my routine set. I just got my commissary. I was like, oh, I got some ramen noodles. I'm about to fucking make some ramen noodles, taste something, Boom, 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, bro. They fucking shine the light on me. Boom, boom, boom. Wake the fuck up. I'm like, what? Lee, wake the fuck up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I come here to fucking murk me? What the fuck is going on? They open the door. Pack your shit. I'm like, am I getting released? He's like, no. You're going to fucking Westchester. I'm like, what? You're going to Valhalla. I'm like, what the fuck I'm going to Valhalla? I don't want to go fucking Valhalla. What the fuck I'm going to Valhalla for? No, Albany just called. It's not our decision. Albany just called. You're going to fucking Valhalla. And I was like, okay. So I packed my shit. The other prisoners, not prisoners, the other inmates, right? Because jail, right? It's not prison. You got to differentiate the two, because I said, oh, prison a couple times, and they got fucking highly upset because they're like, prison's upstate. That's not, you're in jail, right? So whatever the case is, I pack up all my shit, and then the guy next to me, he's like, yo, let me get your commissary stuff, blah, blah. You're not going to be able to bring it there anyway and stuff. And I asked the correction officer, I was like, yo, can I bring it? Is that true? He's like, I don't know. So I was like, all right, whatever. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna fucking believe you. You're a fucking criminal, bro. So I grabbed my shit, went, got to Westchester, got in the van, drove up to Westchester, went to Westchester, and they took my shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I can't even have my books. No books, nothing, bro. Nothing. Stripped me again, took away my browns, and gave me oranges. Right? I'm in Valhalla now. They take me to the top, like they call it the penthouse suite, right? Top floor is a psych ward. They asked me again, like somebody interviews you, are you suicidal, blah, blah, depressed, whatever. Like, yeah, I suffer from depression, anxiety, and, PTSD and stuff like that. And, are you feeling depressed right now? I was like, yeah, I'm fucking depressed right now. I'm fucking in prison. I'm in jail. Yeah, of course. I'm fucking depressed, Like, oh, okay. They put me on suicide watch. Bro, worst thing ever. God forbid if anyone ever gets locked up, don't say you're fucking suicidal, bro. They put you in a room with just mattress, no blanket, no nothing. They lock you in. You don't get no fucking rec time, nothing. You only give you like 1 hour hygiene time, and even then, when you're on suicide watch for fucking 3 days, bro, they don't give you shit. So that was Friday. I got Thursday night into Friday morning, right? Boom. I'm now in a smaller cell with just a toilet and a bed and a sink, right? And I'm on fucking suicide watch, and I'm fucking freezing my ass off, bro. Because at that time, they didn't have the right size t-shirt and didn't have socks to give me and stuff like that. So I just have my oranges, right? And a white t-shirt. No orange fucking, top, whatever, just a regular white t-shirt and my fucking orange pants and fucking socks and kung fu shoes, right? And I'm freezing in bed because the fucking air conditioning vent. So the wall is kind of like this, and then like this, and then there's like a sink here, and then over here is a toilet, and over here is a door, right? So there's a vent right here that blows towards the wall, and then there's a vent for some reason that blows directly onto you on fucking bed. I don't know who the fuck designed that shit. It's the most stupid shit ever. But that fucking air conditioning was blasting on me all fucking day, right? And then I read the handbook where it was like, oh, you can't fucking block the vent. It's a violation or whatever. So I was like, I'm not giving them any fucking excuse to give me more time, right? So I'm like, yo, I'm fucking freezing my ass off. I keep telling them, yo, I'm fucking freezing. I'm freezing. Oh, yeah, you're on suicide watch. You're not allowed to have anything. Freezing. Yo, they gave me the food, comes in a container. They didn't even give you the tray, right? Give me a container, like one to go boxes, fucking container, and the spoon is a fucking piece of paper that you fucking like origami. You fucking fold into a fucking spoon and you fucking eat. I was like, what the fuck, yo? So after 3 days, they came back and they're like, oh, do you still feel depressed? Are you still? I was like, fuck no, get me the fuck out of here, right? So they took me off of suicide watch. They put me on a psych ward. I'm in PC in psych ward. And these are the only places where they have these cages for PC, because it's usually for people who are on suicide watch or whatever, right? So I'm in a cage, but then in that cage has 3 cells. 1, 2, 3. But since I'm in PC, I gotta be myself. All right. So they give me 1 cell inside this cage. So in the morning, they open up the cage. They open up the door, right? The cage is still locked up. I have my own TV. I have my own microwave. I have my own toilet, right? I have my own payphone. At that place, they don't give you free phone calls, right? So you have to put in like a code or whatever, like prepaid shit, right? But now, commissary wise, is like a wall outside in the rec room, right? Because you know how like everybody, all the cells are against the wall, and on the upper level against the wall on both sides, right? And in the middle is like the ping pong table and the TVs and shit like that. People come out of the cells, they can hang out in the middle, right? The middle floor. Up top the stairs is like kind of like where the microwave is, the sinks, a little fucking bullshit. I guess where they put books and like board games or some shit like that. Then when you walk around the corner, you have outside deck that's all like walled up with a little like fence. They get some sunlight and a basketball hoop, whatever. I'm not allowed to do any of that shit. I'm sitting in my fucking cage watching everybody fucking have fun playing ping pong, working out, and laughing, playing board games, and fucking, watching TV and shit. And when I'm sitting in my fucking thing, thank God I had my own TV and shit. But the point is, like, I was locked in, right? And then when I get my shower time, because the showers are outside. So when everybody's locked in, I go out and take my shower. I go out and take my shower, and I go to the commissary thing. I punch in my code, and I'm like, where the fuck is my commissary money? Oh, our system's not on JPay. Our system uses such and such. So you have to call Rikers and tell them to transfer over the money and stuff like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? So, like, I call my boy up. I'm like, yo, man, can you have Rikers, like, send over money? He's like, yeah, I'll try work on it. Whatever. But it took, like, forever, man. I had to talk to, like, the assistant warden or some shit to get them fucking transfer my money over. It took, like, almost like a month. But when I finally fucking order my shit, it's the same exact shit as Rikers, bro. The same brand, everything. And I'm like, yo, it's the same exact shit that I had at fucking Rikers. Why couldn't I fucking bring my shit in? You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking understand it. So that pissed me the fuck off. But, while I was there in Valhalla, I met some okay people. Now, of course, I didn't trust anybody, right? I met some okay people. They kind of left me alone because I was in my own cage. When I first got my commissary, because they knew I was a cop, right? And then you had people from, like, the Bronx that got locked up, or Washington Heights and stuff like that. Some, like, Dominican guys and stuff, and they were doing suicide watch. So they're working. So they, like, sit there and make sure that they walk around, make sure nobody's committing suicide, getting fucked up in the rooms and stuff like that. So I got friendly with them, and we started cooking together and stuff. Like, I would buy some shit because, like, you could buy, like, packaged sardines, right? Like, in a bag, sardines in a bag, fish. You could buy rice. You could buy coffee. I don't fucking drink coffee, but I started drinking coffee in there because it was like, it's either that or fucking water from the fucking sink. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And drinking that water is nasty as fuck. So it's like, you gotta flavor it. So I bought those, like, those stupid Kool-Aid patches. They're not Kool-Aid, but the Kool-Aid patches, like, whatever that you put into the fucking bottle of water. And, bro, it was crazy. And then, like, one of the suicide watch guys, he had, like, a empty soda bottle. He was like, you want this? Dude, what the fuck I want an empty soda bottle for? He's like, no, trust me, hold on to this. He's like, just wash it out, it's clean. I didn't drink from the tip, whatever, I poured it out. Just wash it out, whatever. Just hold on to it. If you need water, use that. I was like, yeah, but I have that brown cup. Like, what the fuck I need a bottle of empty soda bottle, bro? Everything in there you gotta fucking save, bro. Everything in there is a commodity. The fucking empty water, the soda bottle, bro, fucking saved my life, bro. You know how many fucking soda bottles I had fucking filled with water in my fucking room because middle of the night you can't fucking, like, I'm locked in a cage, so I can't just walk out and fucking, get water from the water fountain. So it's like, yo, can you fill this up? Like, I give it to them, they fucking go to the thing, they fill it up for me, and they fucking bring it back and shit. When it's mealtime, like, they don't give you they don't really give you anything to like there's no seasoning and shit. So even, like, salt and shit like that, like, you don't get. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck I'm supposed to season with? Oh, you gotta buy it from commissary. I'm like, I gotta buy salt from fucking commissary? Like, what the fuck? So I had to buy I bought salt and the sazon thing, whatever, right? Like a seasoning thing. And, bro, like, cookies, fucking chips, noodles, ramen noodles in there for some reason was like fucking cash king, bro. Like, yo, I'll do it for a fucking pack of soup. Give me some soup. I'll do it for some fucking soup. And they made these fucking soups into everything, bro. Like fucking a burrito. I was like, what the fuck is a burrito? They're like, yo, you take the soup, you break it up, you put some fucking water in there, you add some fucking fish, and then you fucking roll it up, and then you let it fucking sit, and it fucking turns into like a fucking burrito. They call it a brick. Right, so it's like it turns into a fucking burrito and you just fucking eat it, And then other people was like, oh yeah, it's called burrito here, but it's called brick upstate, or in Rikers they call it a brick. And all this shit. I was like, damn, what the fuck is up with all these fucking names? They're baking fucking the mac and cheese was the best, bro. Mac and cheese, bro. It was like some days they give you mac and cheese, right? No, sorry. Some days they give you macaroni. Plain macaroni, bro. No fucking tomato sauce, no nothing. Just plain macaroni. And everybody will fucking take their macaroni and be like, oh, yo, are you eating your macaroni? No? All right, give me that shit. You put it in the fucking bag, right? In a plastic bag. And everybody puts in their fucking macaroni. Then you fucking buy cheese. They chop it up. You fucking Doritos and Cheetos bags. They fucking crush it up. They throw it in there, bro. And then they're like, oh, you got fish? All right, let me throw some fish in it. And then they fucking throw it in the microwave. They fucking bake it and all that shit. Bro, the microwave was like fucking chef wizard, bro. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's like the microwave, they made everything. They made fucking chicharron chicken skin, right? So chicken nights. Some people owe favors. It's like, yo, let me get your fucking chicken, right? And then it's like they take the chicken and they take the skin off, right? They're like, yo, don't just eat like that. Yo, take the skin off. You take the skin off, put it on a fucking newspaper, and then you fucking fry it in the fucking microwave. And it came out like fucking crunchy skin. I was like, oh shit. So, you know, you learn some shit in there. But whatever the case is, I'm on that block for a little bit. And then my last month, right? A lot of shit happened in there. Actually, okay, so my first commissary, when I got coffee. It's like Cafe Busto or some shit, like, right? It was one of the good, like Colombian coffee or whatever. I got my coffee bag. Bro, I have my own table inside my cage. Right outside the cage is the other side. And right through the cage, the guy is like, yo, somebody I wasn't even cool with, right? Who always like, you know, kind of like was shady, gave me dirty looks and stuff like that. He comes up, yo, can I get some coffee, bro? I'm like, yo, are you fucking serious? Like, yo, first of all, I don't fucking know you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just transferred onto the fucking block like a week ago. Like, I don't fucking know you like that. Like, and second of all, I didn't even fucking open this shit yet. Can I have some of my own fucking coffee before I fucking give you? Because I was about to make some coffee, right? And I was like, can I have some first before I fucking give you some? And then he's like, oh, fuck you, blah, blah. And then he splashes water on me through the gate. I go, are you fucking serious? And I fucking splashed my milk back at him. I was like, fuck you, blah, blah. And we start getting into a verbal argument. And then, you know, he ends up getting transferred the next day out. But I was like, some of the stuff, like I wasn't sure how the etiquette works in there, right? How the rules are. So I asked the suicide watch guy, I was like, yo, was I fucking wrong in doing that? He's like, nah, you weren't fucking wrong. You absolutely checked him. You're supposed to check him. If you didn't check him, you would have got fucking punked. You know what I'm saying? Everybody would have fucking took you for your coffee. Like, you checked them. You did the right thing. And on top of that, when, you know, the CEO came and was like, yo, what happened? I'm like, nothing fucking happened. I fucking spilled my drink. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. So whatever the case is, the last month I'm there, right? They transferred me out to a different block across the hall. They claim, oh, they need the spot because somebody else needs to be there, right? So they transfer me across the hall. Now, the last month, my last stretch, I'm doing all this fucking thing. I'm in there with all gangbangers now. They're all Mac ballers, right? Shady ass Mac ballers, fucking snitching on each other, fucking murder and all this other stuff, child molesters and all that stuff. So I'm on a block with child molesters and fucking murderers that snitch on their own gang and stuff like that. So I'm fucking in there and I'm talking to people, whatever. I'm trying to make friends again, you know, trying to learn everything. The rules are different. People are different. Child molesters stay amongst child molesters and fucking Mac Bowlers stay with Mac Bowlers, whatever the gang members stay with gang members. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's different rules and shit like that. They don't really mingle and stuff. But then they do sometimes because they need favors from some guy. He's the only one that knows how to fucking make a fucking taco or some shit. And they got to get him to cook and whatever. Whatever the case is, towards the last month, somebody else comes in my cage. So I'm in this cell, he's like in this cell. And I'm like, yo, I'm supposed to be by myself. Why the fuck you putting somebody in here? So I'm thinking like, all right, shit's about to pop off. Like, yo, I'm gonna get ready because You putting somebody in the cage with me now, like, oh, I'm supposed to be by myself, protected custody. You know what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck is this coming into my fucking cage? And he goes, oh yeah, I used to work at Rikers. He said he was a social worker at Rikers, and he got arrested for sneaking cell phones and selling cell phones to inmates, right? Which is bullshit because when I got released, I looked up his name and he was a fucking correction officer that fucking got arrested for selling cell phone to a drug dealer and selling drugs and shit like that to a drug dealer inside. So whatever case is, you got, it was just the kind of slap in the face, like, we're going to put you in there with another fucking corrupt person, like, so that just throw it in your face. You're in the same place as corrupt cops or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Was that Steven Dominguez or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
He was a corrupt Rikers guard. I think
No.
he
It's
must have been a little early.
a black guy. Short, skinny black guy.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even fucking remember his name, bro. I try to forget the whole shit. But...
Bald guy?
Shortcut. Skinny. Narrow face. Short. But whatever the case is, we're in there, we're talking, and we're like, yo, set the rules, blah, blah, we'll be okay, we'll play along, get along. All right, cool. Bro, my last day, I gave all my shit to him, because he still had to do time. His wife apparently still works for fucking Rikers. Crazy. And they were hooking him up because apparently these correction officers, some of them used to work at Rikers and now work at Valhalla. So they were hooking him up with all good shit and stuff like that. So whatever the case is, towards my last couple of days, I gave him all my shit because I'm like, oh, I have leftover commissary stuff here, take it. I'm not gonna need it. So one of these child molester guys comes up to me, this Guyanese looking guy, right? Comes up to me on the other side of the cage. And he's talking to me, yo, man, I heard about your story, I know who you are, whatever, blah, blah. I read your newspaper articles and stuff like that. Yo, man, I just want to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. I was like, what are you here for? He's like, oh, man, I did bad, bro. I'm in here for child porn and stuff, right? Like, whatever, stuff like that. And I'm like, child porn? Oh, so you're a fucking child molester and shit. I was like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, why are you here talking to me? I used to be on a job, too. Fucking NYPD cop, SRG, right? He's still on the fucking payroll while in fucking prison for child fucking porn, bro.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Still on the fucking payroll while he's waiting trial. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, are you fucking serious? I got fired like a year before my fucking trial even started, right? And people were fucking waiting in prison for fucking murder and all this other shit, and they're still on the fucking payroll. Because if they would have kept me on payroll, I would, when my disability application went in front of the board, the pension board, they would have had to approve it and retire me out, and I would have had a pension. So they didn't want me to have my pension because I would have had to wait 2 years otherwise to get my pension. You know what I'm saying? But the disability would have sped that up. Because I'm technically still on the job. And then when they see my application, oh, you're still on the job? Okay, we got to give you a disability, a pension. But they fire me before that could happen. And they could go, oh, yeah, we can't give it to you because you're not a member anymore. You've been fired. So that's my thing. So last day, I gave away my shoes, my Kung Fu shoes, because I had new ones, right? I gave them to somebody else that's always playing basketball outside. He was kind of cool. I gave it to him because, he had a fucking hole in his fucking shoe and shit. So I was like, yo, take these, whatever. So I'm walking out, go downstairs, and I get into the fucking van. They drive me back to Rikers. Well, first I had to change back into my Browns. Then they fucking drive me back to Rikers. Go back to West Facility. They lock me there. And then they try to say that they lost my property. They said, oh, yeah, we don't know where we put your property and stuff. I was like, my fucking clothes are in there. So what the fuck, you want me to go home with the fucking Browns? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my wallet, my clothes are in there. Like, my phone and shit like that. Like, what the fuck? Well, actually, I didn't have my phone. But they try to say, oh, come back and fucking, and we'll try to get it to you. I was like, I'm not fucking coming back here, motherfucker. Like, go fucking find that shit. You know, I'm gonna fucking turn this shit. I was already like fucking in that. Like, I'm gonna turn shit up. I'm gonna turn shit up. Apparently, when you say that you get shit done. You know what I'm saying? So they went to the back. I fucking screamed. I'm like, yo, I used to be a fucking police officer too. Blah blah blah. Don't tell me. Don't give me this fucking bullshit. Y'all put me in here for fucking 6 months and all this other shit. Blah 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 blah. You better fucking go find my shit. I'm gonna fucking sue the ass or all you motherfuckers. And then the supervisor went to the back, and then another cop just came out with a fucking attitude and walked straight to the fucking back room and took it out of the fucking back room and put it. Boom. Here you go. I'm like, yo, you had this shit there all the fucking time. Like, what the fuck? So whatever the case is, I got my shit. My friends met me outside Rikers. First thing I had was a fucking cigarette. I was like, oh shit. Right? And then yeah. I smoked some fucking weed and I fucking chill and you know.
What a crazy story.
Bro, I end up working on myself. Like now I'm more calm, right? But I'm still doing my whistleblower stuff. I got my own podcast also. You know, I'm trying to build that up. I'm trying to bring more awareness to it. I'm trying to give people a voice. You know, I'm trying to fight police corruption. I'm trying to reform it and stuff like that. And then, you know, I'm working on myself spiritually too, trying to fix myself, like, you know, mentally and stuff, right? Like my depression and stuff. So, you know, sometimes I experiment on psychedelics like ketamine or bufo. I did bufo, like Mike Tyson. He did bufo, and I was like, yo, that shit is cool. You know, like it's like a rebirth, bro, like a cleansing. And Joe Rogan does it, you know. Did that. Ketamine, when my depression gets really fucking bad, bro, ketamine, no other medication will help. The pain, when it came, the nerve pains, all that stuff gets really bad, no other medication helps. Not even marijuana, right? Like marijuana gets me too sleepy. I'm not functional. But like ketamine and fucking acid, bro, LSD, bro, that shit fucking helps. Like the pain goes away, depression goes away, right? You go on a fucking spiritual journey, you come back and you're on a fucking reset, bro. Like, so like with Mike Tyson talking about it and Joe Rogan them talk about it, they're like kind of like, I guess, like inspiration or whatever on this spirit, like putting me on this spiritual journey. Like they're, you know, I'm glad that I saw some of their stuff, and it's, you know, like that's what I'm working on now. So now it's just like, you know, hoping that the new mayor will like see it and like, yo, help us change the fucking thing. It's more naive, wishful thinking, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm going on podcasts and stuff, getting my story out there. So hopefully the right person will see and be like, yo, you know what? We want to do right by you. We're going to give you back your pension that we fucking stole from you. You know what I'm saying? Like, here you go. Move on with your life, you know? Make yourself whole again. And then, like, you know, advise us on how we could fix this shit. Because I got fucking ideas, bro. Like, you know, one of the ideas, Edward Snowden said it. Stop having taxpayers pay for fucking police lawsuits, right? Because taxpayers have no fucking, it has nothing to do with taxpayers, right? Because cops do shit because they realize like nothing's gonna happen to me. Go ahead, sue me. I don't give a fuck. It's not coming out of my pocket. Taxpayers are gonna pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. I get a free lawyer. You know what I'm saying? City council is gonna handle it. You know, I got a union lawyer. The union lawyer is gonna handle it, right? My fucking the department advocate, fuck them. This is kangaroo court. If I know the right person, nothing's gonna fucking happen to me. Oh, CCRB, they're bullshit. They only can suggest punishments, but they can't punish me, right? Stuff like that. And then, you know, when they get sued civilly, and then the city settles, it's like, all right, the city pays. Who cares? Has nothing to do with me. Make the fucking money come out instead of taxpayers' money. Make the money come out of the police pension fund. Now you're fucking with every cop's pension. So now you got every cop. They're going to be fucking checking the bad cops. And yo, knock that shit off because you're fucking with my money now. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck you want to do? You want to fuck around, do your own shit, do that shit someplace else. Don't do that shit here. Just cut that shit out because you end up getting sued. I'm getting hurt from your fucking mistakes. And then you have cops checking each other. So it's a good way to get rid of that, you know? Because the budget alone for police lawsuits, so settlements and stuff like that for lawsuits is $1 billion a year.
Wow.
Yearly. $1 billion, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So Mandami, if you want fucking solution to your fucking budget crisis, right there, cut that fucking fat, bro. You know what I'm saying? And while you're doing that, give me back my fucking pensions that they fucking stole from me. You know, but
Well, Steven, I appreciate you, man. This is definitely
Yeah.
my longest interview ever.
I'm sorry, bro.
4
I'm
hours
sorry,
and
man.
45 minutes.
I apologize, bro.
No,
sorry,
I'm
man.
glad you got your story out, and hopefully the
Yeah.
right people see it, and that you were able to tell it in length.
Yeah.
Because you've probably never gone on a show before where you've told
4 hours?
yeah,
No.
where you've done everything.
Yeah. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come on here and sharing your platform and stuff like that, you know.
Of course, man.
So-
And we'll have the link to your podcast and everything in the description.
It's YouTube at System Unfiltered. My Instagram and all that stuff. Well, just go to my website, Steve for New York, SteveForNewYork.com. And on the top right hand corner, you'll see all my social links.